Recording in progress.
I would like to call to order the City of Dunnellon City Council Workshop, January 4th, 2023. It is now 5:31 p.m. Would you please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
While you're standing, is there anyone in the audience that would like to come to the podium and give a short prayer or any thoughts, words of wisdom, guidance to the council? No one there. So what I would ask is, let's just take about a 15-second thoughts of silence. Thank you very much. Ms. Sodom, can we please have roll call?
Yes, sir. Mayor White.
Present.
Vice Mayor Dunn.
Here.
Councilwoman Cubbage. Councilwoman Mendoza. Here. Councilman Inskeep.
Here.
James Smith, Finance Officer. Here. Troy Slattery, Public Works Manager.
Here.
Georgina Sid, Community Development Manager. Here. Michelle Leonard, Assistant Clerk. Here. Julie Danowski, Records Clerk. Here. Chief McQuay.
Here.
Lieutenant Yachts.
Here.
City Attorney Andrew Hand.
I'm here.
The agenda for this meeting was posted on the city's website, City Hall Bulletin Board, on Wednesday, December 28, 2022.
Thank you, Ms. Sodom. Before we get started, just a little housekeeping. Number one, we want to welcome and thank you all for coming to this workshop. We appreciate this kind of attendance, this kind of input. Those of you that are not familiar with the format of our government, we have 2 meetings a month. One's a workshop, which is followed by a general meeting next week. The workshop is a non-voting situation. Nothing that happens tonight that is binding. It is just simply an opportunity for council to discuss certain issues. It's your opportunity to bring to us your thoughts and ideas. From this, we will formulate an agenda next week. And from some of these concepts and thoughts, we then will put on that agenda things that will be voted on. If you look at your agenda, item number 2 is public comments. When you get to that, after I have an opening statement, if you want to speak, you can sign up back in the lobby. Those that sign up will be picked first to speak. If you haven't signed up and you decide after everybody has spoken that has signed up that you would like to speak, just raise your hand. We absolutely do not want to exclude anybody from speaking. At a workshop, you can speak to any subject you want. You can speak to a subject that is on this agenda, or you can speak to a subject that's not on the agenda, something new, something old business, new business, whatever you want to talk about. It's your opportunity to speak. Council is not to make comments back and forth with you when you make your statement. You have 3 minutes. There's a timer right there. You will be held to 3 minutes. But council may ask a question for clarification. And after public speaking is over, council may want to bring up something they want to talk about. But council is not supposed to engage into a give and take during that particular part of it. Also keep in mind, turn off your ringing devices, anything that may ring and interrupt the meeting. When you get up, we need to hear your name and address. Please speak clearly in the microphone. Everything you're saying is recorded. There's a lot of people out there that are listening to this meeting, believe it or not. And if nothing else, it is recorded and will be put on our website for people to retrieve, to re-listen to the comments or to go back for a historic reference. So with that, we'll go to public comment in a minute. I do want to open up with a statement, a mayor comment, that one of the most important functions of the mayor is the mayor running council meetings. By charter, the mayor is delegated, mandated the opportunity to run the meetings. And the meetings are to be controlled through the Roberts Rules of Order. Other things the mayor may do is to represent the point of view of the city. I'm also required to sign all documents. Usually when the news comes to the town and wants to have a comment on something that's going on in the city, usually it is the mayor to do that. But I have found that in my 2 years as mayor, running these meetings is where it's at. This is where business is done. This is where we get it done. And most importantly, the people that come to these meetings are usually the most active people in the cities. And how we conduct these meetings, how we treat each other, and how professionally we go about it is the impression that leaves this building and is repeated throughout the city. So I would like to ask council, for the benefit of all of us, to recognize as mayor, I run these meetings. If I ever make a ruling that council disagrees with, I can be overruled by a majority vote. I do expect, when you want to speak, to be recognized by me. Once you have spoken, you cannot speak a second time until everyone else on council has had an opportunity to speak. I will then give everyone a second opportunity to speak. You don't have to take that opportunity. Every time someone speaks, it takes that much longer to get through the meetings. But if someone takes the opportunity to speak a second time, then everyone will have the opportunity to speak a second time. At that time, once council has spoken twice, I will try to move either to a vote or to move to another topic. One of the things I've heard many, many times by many people, including those that are sitting at this dais, that these meetings drag out. And that's on me. That's on me to conduct this. So I would ask council to recognize this chair as a person that does not control the meetings, but as a person that runs the meetings. And this is spelled out clearly in the charter. Okay, that's my comment. All right, with that said, Ms. Odom, we are now going to agenda item number 2, which is public comment. Who do we have signed up?
I have Richard Brooks.
Welcome, sir. Name and address.
Good evening. Richard Brooks, 2740 US Highway 1 in St. Augustine, on behalf of about 18 owners of short-term rentals in town who may or may not, I don't have a lot to say, but they may yield some of their time to me at the pleasure of the council. Long story short, just as a bit of an introduction, representatives from my office, as well as myself, have attended the prior planning commission meetings associated with the proposed ordinance governing short-term rentals. A lot of the points I'm going to bring up are points that were made there, if anybody would like to go back and re-review those meetings. I will say, as a general matter, the current version of the ordinance reflects a lot of the suggestions that were made at that time, and we're very appreciative of that. The 3 core points that I would like to make this evening are, first and foremost, this ordinance, in whatever version of it that passes, covers a lot of items that are already governed by various levels of government, albeit the city, the county, or the state. via Department of Professional Regulation, city zoning codes, building codes, those sorts of things. All of the people I represent, who are all responsible short-term rental owners, agree that safety of the public should be a paramount item, and welcome, to the extent necessary, safety regulation associated with their usage. And I believe that the current version of the ordinance does address some of that. But would just caution the council that the very first version of the ordinance was far more narrow, almost in a nod to the fact that these items were already regulated by various versions of ordinances, statutes, etc. The second item is that any version of this ordinance will have an administrative and financial burden on the city to enforce. We should, as a group and at large, be considering those things, and before something passes, take the appropriate time to really digest what that financial impact will be. In a way, this ordinance could be weaponized by neighbors against other neighbors and involve additional police time and additional code inspecting time and different things. And so all of those things are things that should be considered before passing a final ordinance. And one of the suggestions that I would like to make is that a dedicated workshop be assigned to the ordinance so that some of these things can be hashed out. And the last thing, realizing that I'm 10 seconds away, does the council mind if I borrow 3 minutes from?
No, when you're done, you're done.
I promise I only have a couple more minutes left. But
Sir, your time is up, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Ms. Oda?
Kelly Semper.
My minutes, we're going to go to him as we've done previously in meetings, so.
No, we do not accept all of it.
Okay.
Every person has an opportunity to speak one time.
Do you have to sign up to speak? Okay.
I have Viola Sophie.
Viola Soap, 207, no, that's the wrong one, 18755 Southwest 60th Street, Dunnellon, Florida. My husband and I bought a dilapidated old house that was built in 1927 on Walnut Street. It's near the Grumbles house. It was owned by the Corbett family. The front porch was falling off as well as the chimney. It had substandard electricity, lead pipes, partly non-functioning bathroom, leaky windows, needed a new roof. It needed a complete renovation. So we gutted the house down to the studs. With $180,000, we got no money from the city, no CRA funds. We turned the house into a showpiece. You're more than welcome to stop by and visit the house. It's always available to be toured as long as there's nobody in it. We furnished it in 1927 style furniture, and some of the pieces from the 50s, like the chandelier, is still inside the house. We decided to let others enjoy the home, so we listed it with Airbnb. We had 14 families use it for 3 to 4 nights at a time last year. Never showed. We had no sex offenders. We had no child traffickers. We had no druggies. We had no loud parties. We had no mass amount of cars. No more than 5 people were in the house at a time. 3 came to compete at Equestrian World. One of them won grand champion. One came back into town to celebrate her grandfather's 100th birthday. You know who he is. You gave him a party and a parade. His name was Clinton Burns. She was tickled that her whole family could stay in one place and enjoy the event. We had men from the Masonic Lodge, Motorcycle Club. We had retired couples touring the city. They were very respectful of the neighbors and the properties. I spoke with 3 of the neighbors whose houses were closest to our place. They said they never heard anything, and half the time they didn't know anybody was in the building. I know 5 families visited the shops in the historic visit, Don Pepe's and Sweetie's. One loved the area so much they permanently moved from Miami to the area, and I still stay in contact with her. The main premise of its owning, I don't want to say that. I know there was an issue with the noise back in the beginning. That's how this whole thing got started.
Homeowners can also have loud parties. They celebrate birthdays, weddings, returning servicemen from the military, and graduations. I know because I used to live across the street and I had a party every weekend. Do you plan on imposing these same restrictions on homeowners that you plan on restricting us? No loud parties, no druggies, no sex traffickers. I mean, these are things you're saying we can't do, so I really feel if we can't do it, homeowners can't do it either. We hope you take this in consideration and not just those who complain. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Ms. Sullivan?
Matt Whitmer.
Hello, Matt Miller. I am 20030 East Pennsylvania Avenue at 12094 Palmetto Way. 12094 was a drug pad. People used to overdose in there. I like to buy properties and improve the communities, and that's why I'm here. I like to be part of my community. And some of these original drafts of this ordinance were really geared clearly to shut this business / form of housing down in Dunnellon. There's been arguments that these are businesses and neighborhoods. The federal income tax code disagrees with that. It's a form of housing, it's passive income. And people need to relocate here, they need to visit here for family get-togethers, for remodeling their house, and for touring the Rainbow River. And we get the opportunity to educate people on the Rainbow River and conservation, being owner-operators, and there's not really any police data suggesting that there are nuisance Airbnbs in the community. And in fact, a lot of us clean up our properties and clean up the neighborhoods, and increase, what was a lost house is now usable. So a lot of these ordinances that are still in here are redundant. I do disagree with the managing the occupancy of the home more than like a permanent resident or a long-term rental. They should be treated as an equal form of housing. So I would ask you to consider that in your decision-making. And as far as the record keeping of sexual predators or background checks or a 3-year log of guests, people bring rental cars. People might have, 6 guests and they may bring 4 cars. And getting a guest to tell us everyone's name, license plates, we're going to have a really difficult time acquiring that information, so it's going to be very difficult complying. And often these people don't even know what their license plates are because they're rental cars. And it doesn't really serve any purpose because we can't run background checks on license plates without a real reason. So we're putting an undue burden on the system here with the police, and we're forcing homeowners, property owners like us to enforce laws that already exist, like sexual predators and things. And I think it kind of makes Dunnellon seem like not a friendly place, like we don't want you here. And I think Dunnellon is a very friendly place, and we'd like to continue being a face of Dunnellon, being vacation rental owners and providing that kind of small town hospitality. I just asked, I don't want our community to fall apart and turn into, everybody hates each other and we've all got biases and we're turning into that person. None of us want parties. None of us want people getting hurt. I limit my ages of what I take. Anyone under 25, I need to know. I don't take anyone under 21. And these platforms like Airbnb, VRBO already do all the security checks and protocols for us, so that it's not necessary.
Thank you very much. Ms. Oden?
Andy Sickler.
Welcome, sir. Name.
My name is Andy Sickler, and I live at 11805 East Blue Cove Drive in Dunnellon. And I've heard some of the other meetings that I've been at too. I don't know every last little ordinance on this thing that's been proposed and so forth, but the things that I'm concerned about are, because I'm on the river, it's almost like a double whammy for me. I've already got people coming up, defecating on my lawn, coming up on my dock like they own it, stealing stuff, walking through, trespassing and everything else. Now, potentially, I've got the other side of things being changed That's my feeling. And, I'm concerned about a lot of the things like excessive noise and a lot of traffic coming through the neighborhood. I mean, we already get some traffic, people thinking that there's a way to access the river and so forth, even though you have a sign there that says it doesn't, but they still come. I'm concerned about vandalism for some of these people because they're not going to have the same concern about our neighborhood, our community, as somebody that lives there. I mean, it's just, I've seen it happen so many times. Keeping the place clean and so forth, I think could very well be a problem. I've seen it before in other communities that I've lived in. We've owned the place for over 20 years, and we had opportunity. We could have rented it out years ago, but we decided not to, just because we did not want to impact our neighbors, and it would be hard for us to police who's coming in and everything else like that. So, who's going to enforce the laws? How are they going to enforce them? It was brought up before. Is that going to, cause more, officers and everything else? Right now on the river, I mean, we have people that come through intoxicated, can't even walk, and they're walking through our property. Who's going to enforce the laws in the community? These laws for the rentals, short-term rentals in the community. Are the owners or the property managers going to inspect these properties regularly and so forth? All these are questions that I don't know yet. I mean, you might have all kinds of laws on the books and so forth, but how are they going to be carried out? There's many more concerns that I have, but in the effort to keep things short and everything else, I know these meetings can run long. I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Ms. Odom?
Wendy Sands? Hi, I'm Wendy Sands. I live at 11580 Camp Drive. I definitely wanted to come this evening to put on the record for the short-term rental problem. I have an Airbnb behind me. I have an Airbnb now that's going to be starting beside me. We already have 4 others on the street beside the 2 that I've mentioned. I've lived in Dunnellon 12 years now, and when I moved into Blue Cove, I moved into it because it was a community. When I moved into Dunnellon, it had a long-term feel to it. The people that moved here were wanting to move here to support and to be involved in business, to be involved in the schools, to care about the long-term future of Dunnellon. They're not here for a 3-day, 21st birthday party hoedown. And let me tell you, that's what's happened behind my house. I know that someone spoke today about how that they always have good renters, that they're always careful about who they pick, but that's not uniform across the board. And as someone who has lived here, who has supported the local businesses, who had my grandchild and child grow up here, I care about it. And I care about the community that is thinking more long-term than the 3-day weekend. And I think that having some restrictions on that, the house behind us had 10 college-age boys renting it for 2 weeks. Do you think that was fun? Do you think listening to their music at 1 o'clock in the morning was fun? That's not what I bought my house for. And I think that we have just as much right as these business owners trying to run a business in a residential area that was not meant for that. If someone's going to rent for a year, I'm welcoming them as my neighbor. There's someone I can get to know. There's someone I'll know their habits. There's someone that might actually love Dunnellon enough to move here and make it a long-term home. That's what Dunnellon should be looking for, is families that want to move here, or retirees that want to move here and care about the river more than floating at one time. So I'm being impacted by the Airbnb and the VRBO. And I understand that everybody likes to, make $500 a night off their property, but that's not what I bought my house for. I didn't buy it to have that next door to me, or behind me now, or 2 houses down from me now. So just remember If you're a business owner, you are encroaching upon the neighbors that did not sign up for that. And it's fair for us to be concerned and want some regulatory on that. It doesn't mean that it shouldn't happen, but it means that we have a right to say that maybe we don't like it as it stands now. That's what I have to say about that.
Thank you. Ms. Oden?
Linda Butler?
To grow. Linda Butler, 12820 Southwest 48 Lane Road, Ocala. No, I am not living in Dunnellon, but you have a breakfast station and a Tractor Supply and a Publix right in the row, so yeah. I'm sharing a concern with you from something from a little over a week ago. I was over to Publix and a bus stopped by in front, dropping off a group of people who were, I guess, about a dozen to 15 people, male, female, assorted, and in slowing up, they were not speaking English, they did not have luggage, they had all their belongings in bags, and seemed kind of confused as to where they were going. When I arrived home, I went on the app called Nextdoor, and I asked, does anybody happen to know, are we harvesting? Do we have people coming in town or whatever? Nobody had a comment regarding that. They said no fields were harvesting, nothing was going on. They did not know why these people were in town. It's a concern because you see in the news all the time the buses that are coming from different directions and dropping off people. I have friends in different states. People are dropping off. Nobody knows it. I went and looked up Greyhound line. Funny thing about that, there's a direct line from El Paso to Ocala. Why would there be a Greyhound bus coming to Ocala? That's a concern. So I thought this was something that perhaps you needed to know because the Love Station off 75 is a terminus for also the same bus that drops off people periodically. It was just a concern. And by the way, the Nextdoor app, we had a very lovely conversation back and forth. Everybody was cordial. Nobody was making insinuations. No one was saying anything. Within an hour, for some reason, the conversation was taken down. So I thought, this concerned me. You needed to know.
Thank you. Ms. Oden? Is anyone signed up on Zoom?
Yes, I have one Zoom participant.
Since they are signed up, let's go with that person next, and then we will go back to the audience. Anyone who would like to speak that hasn't signed up, you will still have your opportunity.
Mandy?
Yes?
Oh, hey, is it my turn to speak?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Hey, Darlene, HR 1575, Hot Springs, Arizona, Florida. Thank y'all for letting me speak this evening in regards to the short-term rentals. Some of these questions, sorry, I still have my city council hat on. But also as a business and as a long-time, lifelong resident. I think there needs to be a happy medium that we can all find for this. I can tell you as a business person, resales have been hurt by this. There was a family that was wanting to look at waterfront properties or access, and they wanted it for themselves while they came here from Georgia, and then maybe a couple times a year they would rent it out. Once they heard that this ordinance was in place, they chose not to come to Dunnellon. There are some upsides that the taxes are higher when we do not have them homesteaded. That does not make up for, of course, annoyances by the tenants, but that is a positive that we do have more money coming in when the homes are not homestead. As far as the properties being maintained, they are usually maintained in a much higher status than myself taking my own home, because you want it to be nice and you want to get all those good stars and good ratings. I would like to know if from what I've read and heard, long-term rentals and short-term rentals are the same. So are we going to require long-term renters or homeowners, landlords, to start doing the same inspections that the short-term people will have to do? Because what I've understood is they have to have the same standards. That's what I've heard. I'm sure our attorney could talk to that if it feels like somebody might want, council would like to know that. Regarding the trailers in yards or the homes, I understand the look of it being an issue. However, we are trying to promote ecotourism. Ecotourism lends itself to bringing the kayak racks, the bicycle racks, the boat. I understand that we don't want them, in the yard 24/7, but then again, if your neighbor is full-time, they might leave those things here as well. So just kind of thinking of that, that's not a very good idea not to allow them. And I would like to know, Chief, or somebody could ask, has there been any vandalism more than with Airbnb residents than there would have been with people that live in the area, et cetera, and so forth. And again, I am not for predators. Please do not get me wrong. I would just like to know if we are excluding sex offenders, which I wish they would all go away. Yeah.
Excuse me, your 3 minutes are up.
Then I'd like to peace out.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, we have gone through everyone who has signed up. She had signed up through Zoom. Is there anyone in the audience that would still like to speak? Yes, yes, sir.
Council, good afternoon. My name is Dave Porter. I live at 11835 East Blue Cove Drive. I asked the council to get serious about short-term rentals. So I'd like to provide you 8 concepts that I would like to cover with you. And I think these concepts weren't real clear from the beginning when the Planning Council started addressing this. And they're key concepts. So let me start out with vacation rentals are a business, and they should be treated as such. This is backed by the Florida Statute 509 and multiple documents that are produced by the DVPR. When a homeowner decides to revise their home into a vacation rental, that's a big decision. They keep the same form, but they definitely change the function of it. Second is that before an owner can advertise, even advertise on the internet as their home as a vacation rental, they must be licensed by the DVPR. That's a big misunderstanding because when we started this, there was only 12 licensed in the city. Failure to comply with this is a misdemeanor of the 2nd degree, and it's punishable by up to $1,000 per day. When an owner becomes licensed with the DVPR as a vacation rental, they're required to be in compliance with all the applicable state laws, statutes, and rules and regulations at that period of time, and the Florida Building Code. They also must abide by the City of Dunnellon's comprehensive plan and all of our codes, ordinances, and permitting. That's why the DVPR requires the vacation rentals to be inspected for fire safety annually and for the Florida Building Code. The DVPR has delegated the enforcement of the responsibility of Fire Statute 509 through the fire department, the Florida State Fire Marshal's Office, all the way down to the City of Dunnellon. So the City of Dunnellon is responsible for making sure that it's safe to operate these businesses. Implementing this ordinance will take away the imbalance of short-term rental owners, vacation rental owners, with our hotels and motels in Dunnellon, because they have to comply with the same requirements, and so they're at a financial disadvantage. Implementation of this ordinance should be done at a cost neutral to the taxpayer. All the expenses should be passed on in the permitting process for the vacation rentals. It's a business. The implementation of 2205, Ordinance 2205, should be done so it complies and it forces the vacation rental owners and their tenants to be in compliance with the neighborhood nature. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else in the audience that would like to speak? Ms. Geis? Welcome to the podium, first time.
Good evening. It's nice to see you all in person. I'm Katie Geis. I live at 12205 Palmetto Way, and I appreciate what everyone is going through here. It's a tough balancing act that we find ourselves in. I think we've made a lot of progress over the last several months, and I wanted to bring a couple of points to your attention just for consideration through this process. The first point is in regards to handling of personal, private, identifiable information from our guests. So today, line 305 still requires the collection of the legal name, date of birth, and driver's license, and that is considered PII. There's many laws and rules that govern the protection of that kind of data. That is far more than an email address and a phone number. That's the kind of information that you would use for identity theft. And you would never want short-term rental owners to have that kind of information from guests. So I'd recommend leaving that out and leaving that kind of information with credit card companies or other people that need to have it. The document retention requirement is still a bit excessive and a burden for the STR owners. That again, if there's some kind of criminal investigation that needs to take place, that's something that we could go through the hosting platforms for, and you would rely on them. They're the companies that have many people in technology departments and privacy and legal departments in order to govern and protect that information that would need to provide that to law enforcement should it be needed. There's still a bit of replication with other existing laws and rules that are in place, and so I'd recommend for simplicity's sake, we do the things that are specific to Dunnellon that we want to cover that are not already covered in existing laws and regulations. The last point is about how we best understand the cost ahead to build this type of program and then to administer it in an ongoing way. We know we have a lot of challenges, as we've heard tonight. We have a lot of challenges enforcing existing codes and ordinances. Limiting or even restricting short-term rentals would not stop people coming off of the river, and I'm guilty of having a party that was a little too loud, probably a week or so ago, and I had a neighbor that reminded me of that and said, hey, it's a little loud. I appreciated that. I violated our own noise ordinance without really thinking about it too deeply. So these problems that we're talking about are going to exist whether or not we curtail short-term rentals and impact tourism and the revenues associated with that for our area. So I just think if we have a good understanding of the ongoing costs and how we will manage that cost with our small city budget, that would be good.
Thank you very much. Anyone else that would like to speak? Yes.
Good evening. Andrea Praber, Great Expectations Realty, 20540 East Pennsylvania Avenue. I wasn't actually going to speak this evening, but after listening to all of the comments, I feel I really needed to. There is a lot going back and forth, and I can definitely hear the fear from some in the audience, how they're worried about who's going to be near them, who's going to be coming in, how that's going to affect their homes. But we're talking about a city issue, not a neighborhood issue. There's a difference. From what I could tell, almost everyone that spoke up against short-term rentals this evening was all from the one neighborhood, Blue Cove. Obviously, they're having some issues in that neighborhood. Why an HOA is not established is beyond me. It's a fairly simple, they probably have a quorum here tonight. Barring short-term rentals is very simple in an HOA. It's very simple to put into their paperwork and submit to the state. So why we're trying to turn the entire city of Dunnellon into an HOA, I don't understand. The ordinance, the way it's written, there are some serious ramifications for the city, some serious costs, not just for maintaining the ordinance, who's going to, where are we even supposed to give this information to? But also down the road, again, anytime that we sell a home to an investor, one of the things that they ask is what they can and cannot do with that home. If we say that the city of Dunnellon has an ordinance in place for short-term rentals, they immediately do not want to purchase anything within that city. I see this over and over and over again because we work so much with investors in all of Marion County and Citrus County. So to have all of these investors say, absolutely not, I don't even want to look at that city, is a very strong statement. Not having these visitors when snowbirds are, even within the United States, a $30 billion industry, where are they supposed to stay? Marion County is not in this room. This is city of Dunnellon. Marion County is welcoming the visitors and they have all of this available. So if somebody wants to stay and go to the World Equestrian Center and they're not able to stay in the city of Dunnellon at Airbnbs, they're going to stay outside of Dunnellon and you're not going to see that money. So not only do you have the expense of maintaining this ordinance, but you also have the expense of all the lost revenue for years to come.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience that would like to speak? It doesn't have to be on short-term rentals, it can be on any topic. Okay. Going once, going twice? All right, we will move on. Council, I would suggest, since it is on the agenda later today, we won't really need to make too many comments right now because we will be spending a lot of time. I would predict before we get to that point, like we did with the Blue Run Park ordinance, this will probably be something that we will have separate workshops and special meetings for. Because this is going to take us going line by line, going through it, talking about it. To get it done right and to make it fair and equitable to everyone. All right, a couple changes in the agenda. Agenda item number 3, Mr. Balms has asked that he will make his presentation this coming Monday at the general meeting, so we will skip that. And item number 13, I thought I should possibly attend this, but for personal reasons I can't, so we will not discuss item number 13. So with that said, those that are following us on the agenda, we will go to agenda item number 4, which is the agreement 2023-01 Kimley Horn IPO 104 BMAP data collection project. Making the presentation. Sir, do you think you can make your presentation in 10 minutes or less?
Yes, sir.
Okay, would you put 10 minutes on the clock?
Mr. Mayor, Council, thank you for the opportunity tonight. My name is Alan Gary, Kimley Horn. Address is 1700 Southeast 17th Street in Ocala, Florida. I was just going to talk to you a little bit about IPO that's in front of you. I want to thank you for the opportunity first to do that. The reason for this project is the state each year does a statewide annual report on all the basic management action plans. Dunnellon sits within the Rainbow River, Rainbow Springs BMAP. So each year, the city's required to update their list of projects that's included in the BMAP. And in prior years, that update occurred through an Excel spreadsheet. It was a pretty simple process. Our coordinator at DEP would send out the Excel spreadsheet. I would work with Troy and we'd update the projects, easy peasy. This year, they have developed a portal for us to utilize. And I've attended a couple of training workshops on it. There are some hiccups and problems with getting the data entry into the portal. And so part of what we're going to do with this IPO is go through that process for the first time, go through using that portal for the first time. What we will do is similar to what we've done in years past, is update the existing projects, and then in talking with Troy, we have identified 2 new ones to add. That's the Palmetto Way intersection and drainage projects, and the Dunnellon Heights roadway and drainage improvement project. These are projects that are on the horizon for the city, ones that we want to make the state aware of. The benefit to you in doing so is it lets the state know that you're thinking about water quality improvements, and it gets you in line for some grant funding. If you decide with either of those 2 projects in the future to go after grant funding, the fact that they're included on the BMAP, the Basic Management Action Plan report, is going to send a signal to the grant issuing agencies that this is a water quality project. It's got some bona fides and acceptance from DEP. The other reason we're doing this report is it's a requirement of your MS4 stormwater permit. We have to go through this process, even if we don't make any changes, we have to go through this process of review and signify, check a box, sending a notification to the project coordinator that it's been completed. Been working with Troy already. We had a call with DEP today. One thing I want to highlight for you with this IPO, it's set up as an hourly not to exceed. So we're only going to use the money that's necessary under this contract to get the work done. After the call today, I feel a lot more comfortable that we're going to come in short of this. We're not going to use the full amount that's requested in the contract. I guess with that, I can entertain some questions.
Okay, Council, this is a presentation, so the rules are different. So when we're done with the presentation, we can't ask any questions, clarifications, or whatever. So is there anyone who would like to start off? You have a question? Ms. Mendoza?
I could start off. I appreciate your presentation because it answered some questions that I had emailed to the city previously. I tried to do a little reading because it was new to me. And I guess knowing that this has switched from an Excel spreadsheet to a portal is helpful to just know how things are evolving. I see in the contract, it does say that it lists some things that you'll be doing. And like you said, services on an hourly basis at the current hourly rate, not to exceed $4,800, inclusive of office overhead expenses. So I'm happy to hear that you expect it to come in below the amount that's here on the agreement. I would be curious just about an estimate of just for this project, what do you think that would be?
And just to back up, when I put the IPO together, we had a lot more questions about how that portal was functioning. So I wasn't sure how many iterations it was going to take. The problems we've been hearing is that information is not being uploaded correctly. You have to make multiple attempts. You have to do verification. There's a lot of cyclical redundancy and re-entering data. After the call we had today with DEP, we have the opportunity to fall back on if we are having trouble with the data entry. We can submit our information by email like we've done in years past. So I guess to answer your question, I would ballpark it at being half the effort I was initially expecting. after the call we had today. I mean, Troy, you were on that with me. It seemed like we had their backing, and if something goes wrong with the portal, we can submit the information by email.
Correct. And when they first came out with this portal program, I have to be honest with you, I've never worked with it, and I was intimidated to the point where it was something I was going to have to learn from scratch, right? Worked with Alan in the past couple of years on the spreadsheets, the Excels. That was a little easier for me to help and get information for. But today we found out that the way we can put the information together is a lot simpler than we were anticipating initially. So my involvement will be a lot more than what I originally thought I could be involved when we put the IPO together a week or two ago. So.
Thanks. My last question, will the IPO be updated to reflect the reduced rate at which you anticipate?
I can certainly do that.
It's
I don't
just a
know.
suggestion. I don't know if it's necessary. I'm just putting it out there.
If I may, just because we're still in that discovery mode, I don't want to put us in a situation where we fall short. So if we can have the IPO approved the way it is, but it comes in less, you will be provided with the final billing. He bills by the hour in this case. It's just my suggestion that we leave that number where it's at for protection.
Thank you.
This is our first year using the portal system.
Very good. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Mr. Dunn?
You say this is by the hour, and that's very standard in consulting arrangements. The question I guess I have, when you said this could possibly allow us to look for opportunities for grants to get work done. So the way I'm understanding this is something we're doing or we need to do, but it also allows us for a forward-moving item possibly to get grants for funding for roads or sewers or whatever.
Yes, sir. With most of the state applications for grant funding, one of the things they ask is this a BMAT project? And the projects that we list on this report will be able to check that box and say yes. And
I thought I understood that right.
Yes, sir.
Anyone else? Yes.
Alan, what would the downside be? The projects we mentioned are pretty far down the road. What would be the downside of submitting the information as we have done in the past for this particular year, and let the bugs get worked out by others, and do this next year once the bugs are all worked out?
You mean not submitting the two projects that we're thinking about submitting? Or
No, not doing the portal, but you said we can still do it the email method like we've done in the past?
from the conversation we had today, the email is a last resort if the portal doesn't work.
I see.
It's not something they'll do without the attempt.
Okay,
So if we're making the portal attempt and then we've got the coordinator's phone number, so we would call them.
Okay.
Have some back and forth. If the portal doesn't work, she'll say, just email it to me and I'll get it in.
Okay, so we're kind
We
of
have to go
forced.
through that process,
Okay,
yeah.
so we're kind of forced to be part of working the bugs out. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Jan, a question for you. I don't remember seeing $4,800 in the budget for this particular item.
No, this is an unbudgeted project. This is something that came up after that was approved. I would suggest us moving forward with it because it can be funded. We do have the funds to pay for this. And if a budget amendment is needed at the end of the year, because this isn't as large as the other items that you previously amended your budget for, that I hold on to this and we see how the budget goes through the year, because Troy's Roads and Streets budget may be able to absorb this.
Okay.
Even though he doesn't have this line item, it will be coded correctly so that it stands out.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Alan.
Any other questions, comments? I have one or two, and it kind of follows along with what you've already been asked. This was information that previous to now was provided to the city free of charge.
Well, the initial, when we initially did that spreadsheet, this was years ago, when the BMAP was first passed, about 6 years ago. We had an hourly task at that time to set everything up. Since then, prior to this year, all the subsequent years prior to this year, it was just an update of that spreadsheet that we had initially set up. Honestly, it took about 30 minutes. So yeah, we had not been charging for that. It was just something we were doing in partnership. Troy and I would sit down and knock it out in, like I said, about 30 minutes, maybe an hour, and then we'd turn it in and be done.
So what you're suggesting is the information you had from previous years was basically just moved forward?
Moved forward and modified and updated. There were times when, for example, we'd work on a project that allowed us to add a little more information, maybe on the GIS maps, or update some of the nutrient reduction values. But for the most part, we moved it forward year after year, and just reviewed the line items, made sure they were all correct, and sent it in.
So it followed to me that the major workload and the expense would be to go from where we're currently at to where we need to be to get us up to speed. So my next question would be, why would we duplicate the same expense year to year if the workload would not change dramatically?
The workload for this IPO is mainly to understand the permit portal and make sure that the data entry into that permit portal is accomplished. Much of the information is still going to be the same, with the exception of the 2 new projects that we're going to add. That all will be brand new information that has to be added, and there's about 65 different parameters that have to be entered for each project.
So to simplify the question, is we were provided this information free of charge because it was basically carried from year to year and there was
Oh, yes, in years prior, yes.
Now we're paying $4,800 this year, but we're going to be charged $4,800 every subsequent year.
Oh, no, sir. I don't expect to, no. If this permit portal proves to be as useful as it proves to be as user-friendly as I hope it will in subsequent years, they'll get the bugs worked out. We may end up finding ourselves back to, we can do this program in partnership, if it's something that simple, or it'd be a much reduced fee.
So you know where I'm going with this.
Is this a one-time thing, or you come in
yes.
year after year?
Are we agreeing to something that every year we're now on the hook for $4,800 for something that you have admitted was pretty much carried over from year to year without too much changes? But
Yeah.
now we're going to be having to pay $4,800.
Can I answer that after we get through this initial submittal process?
All right. So I just want to let you know this council is washing dollars.
Sure.
What'd you say? Okay, the last question is, I understand the benefit of doing it to get us eligible for grants. There's many things that we have to do to line us up for grants. Whether we get them or not, sometimes you just have to come up with the money and hope for the best. What is the downside if this council said no?
If you said no to this,
we don't want to do this. We don't want to pay the $4,800. What happens?
Troy would have to do the data entry. It has to be done. It's because it's one of the requirements for your MS4 permit. So the data entry has to be done through the portal. The update to that statewide annual report is not really optional. I don't know what the state would do if you don't do it. They'd probably start contacting you. They're pretty adamant about the deadline for submittal. They push pretty hard on it. The BMAP is a regulatory document. It does have some enforcement that goes along with the requirements of it. But to say what the state would or wouldn't do, I'm not sure, if you decide you don't want to do it.
Can I answer that? Because,
yes, go ahead.
Yeah, because of the agricultural properties, the horse farms, all the crop farms here, every farm has to meet every 3 years with an agent, and we go over a BMAP plan. It's a misdemeanor not to cooperate.
Yeah, it's...
Council, if I may.
It's legislated. You have to do it.
You have to do it.
When I started here 4 years ago in the Public Works Department, the first time I heard about the MS4 and the NDEPS permit that we have through the state. As a result of the city falling behind on its requirements, it took Don Brown and staff at the time almost 2 years to get it brought back up without any major penalties, but not without the threats of major penalties. And the following year, as a result of falling delinquent years prior, we went through a major audit that consumed several hours of all staff members, and probably worse than having to have an interview with Andrew Hand, just as an example. It was a very lengthy process, so that we worked very hard to get this back up. Our NDEPS permit now is on a 3-year cycle. At the end of that 3-year cycle, it will go to a 5-year cycle. So as I've learned with Alan on the original spreadsheets, the Excel sheets that we've been doing, once we learn the portal system together, I use him as a security blanket, more or less, if I need to make some adjustments. But we also identify these projects not to put a responsibility on the city to move forward with these projects. It just shows in good faith to the state we're doing our best to meet the expectations of better water quality. But if you'll notice, these projects are in line with what we're attempting to do. So don't tell Alan this, but my target on this is if we do the Palmetto Way project, those updates are provided to us through his engineering of that project. So at the end of the year, he can change the status as to where we're at with that particular project.
Correct.
So
Okay,
our future
it's time to move on now.
I have one quick question.
I have the question, what we're going to decide is, this should go to the agenda for the meeting. So what we'll have to decide, do you want to put it as an agenda item for additional discussion, or if you want to put it on the consent agenda, which means we've already had a consensus that we're okay with it. Jim, ask your question.
Real quick question. What kind of timeline are we looking at for this initial, and then we can be updated about what the future is going to look like?
We have to have the report updated 14th.
I think the 14th is the deadline.
Of this month? Okay, thank you.
We have a very quick turnaround.
So council, what I need from you right now is a consensus. We're going to put it on the agenda for sure. What I need is a consensus whether we put it as an agenda item or if we put it on the consent agenda.
Consent.
Consent? Consent.
Yeah, consent as is.
Consent.
It'll be on the consent agenda. Council, it is on the consent agenda. Just be aware that anything that is put on the consent agenda can be removed by any council member at that time, we go to that meeting. If you think about it for the next 5 days and you say, I'm not quite ready to move on to say I have more questions, you can have it removed for discussion, so we're not locked in. So Mandy, will you put this on the consent agenda? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, council, for the opportunity.
One more announcement that I failed to make is we also are scratching off agenda item number 8. I knew there was another one.
Mayor, excuse me, I do have some points to make on that in Andy's absence.
So you're going to do that rather than during your report?
Yeah, I can just do it then.
Okay, all right, so Mr. Matthews will not be here, but Andy's going to make some comments to that. Very good, excellent. All right, we go to agenda item number 5, board reports. Do we have any individuals from any of the boards that would like to speak? Chairman Darville, we always want to hear from you. Come on.
You always do that too.
I'm just returning fire.
Touche. Brenda Diarville, 11661 Camp Drive, Chair of Dunnellon Planning Commission. I don't have a report per se. At our last meeting, the board did the final review of the short-term rental proposal and passed to council. We had 4 meetings reviewing that, but the first meeting was all public comment, 3/4 of the second meeting was public comment, a lot of comment the third meeting. My request is to the audience, if anyone would like to participate and join our board, we really need new members. None of those meetings, except the last meeting, had a full board participation. Most of the meetings, there were only 3 of us, and I was one of the 3. So it's very difficult to conduct business and have any kind of substantive meeting if you do not have participating members. So with that being said, we do have 5 appointed members, but most of the time, 2 of those members are not in regular attendance, and at this moment, we absolutely have no alternates. So we do have a need for alternates and participating members, so any of those in the audience who would like to commit service to our city, I would welcome that. Thank you.
Ms. Yarbo, if I could ask you one question. For those that might be interested,
Yes.
if you have a full board and you have an alternate or 2 also there, is it that they can still participate in the discussion, but they can't vote if there's a full?
That is correct. An alternate can have full participation, but cannot vote if we have a full board at a meeting.
So then you would have alternate number 1 and number 2, and that's how they would decide who can vote depending on vacancies.
That is correct.
Okay, 2 people have actually approached me in this room before we started, said that they are applying, so
That is very welcome news.
I can't find them right.
Thank you.
Okay, there we go. All right, very good. Thank you so much. Are there any other board reports?
Mayor, if I can make a quick correction.
Yes.
There are 2 slots available. One is a member position, and the other one is an alternate position. And we do have 2 applications that I was bringing up to council for approval and review.
My question would be, if both apply at the same time, how would it be determined who would be the full member and who would be the alternate?
I think that would be up to council to decide.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, thank you very much. Any other board reports? Mandy, anybody?
No, but while we're on this subject, rather than addressing that under the department head reports, if you want to go ahead and introduce the applicants, they are in the audience.
Absolutely.
Okay.
We have the 2 applicants here.
And their applications are in your backup and council share in your folder.
Would either one of the applicants like to come up to the podium and say hi to us? Yes.
So we have Samuel Martin
I'm Rex.
and Rex Lehman.
Hello, Rex. Name and address.
Rex Lehman, 21230 Blacksher Drive, Lost Springs. I own the house that has got the spring in it. I was talking to the mayor that goes to the river, and I moved up from Miami, and I just want to say that it's a very nice town. I was involved in Palmetto Bay down in Miami on their board, and the communities do not exist without people who get involved and do things, and that's what I'd like to do. So that's why I'm here, because I want to make a difference, and I've met a few of the council members out when I volunteered for the chamber, and I'm not afraid of hard work, so if you give me a chance, I'd really like to. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think we have Mr. Martin here. Hello, Mr. Martian. Name and address.
My name is Sam Martian. I live at 19293 St. Patrick's Drive. I lived in Ocala for 25 years and worked for the fire department, Maine County. I was a lieutenant. When I retired, me and the wife decided that we were going to move here to Dunnellon because we used to come over here and kayak all the time. We liked the river and the little town. So we moved here last year, had a house built on St. Patrick. And I decided to try to get involved with the city here because I like this little town. And I'd like to see how the growth and the development of the city comes along. That's why I put in my application. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Okay, I believe we are done with agenda item number 5, board reports. We are now moving into agenda item number 6, the Dunnellon Chamber and Business Association report. Judy? Hi, good to see you again.
Good to see you. Judy Terwilliger, Executive Director of the Dunnellon Chamber.
we have a few new members. We have Sauced and Loaded, Boomtown Tours, Fixed It Like a Champ, Illusions of You Hair Salon, and Mirabella Salon and Spa. And we have quite a few upcoming events. January 7th is the first Saturday Market in the Park at Ernie Mills Park from 9 to 2. January 10th is the DCBA board meeting at 6 p.m. January 12th is the Rainbow Springs Art Sketch the World drawing and pencil class at the Rainbow Springs Co-op. January 14th is the grand opening / open house / ribbon cutting for Country Girl Salon. And that's at their new location on Walnut Street at 2 p.m. January 28th, we have the duck race at 9 a.m. at Swampy's. And then February 4th, we have our first Saturday Market in the Park at Ernie Mills Park from 9 to 2. And that concludes my report.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Judy?
Oh, I do have a question. I saw on your board at the Visitor Center, could you go back to the businesses? I have a question.
Sure.
About one of the businesses.
Sure.
Yeah, Sauced and Loaded. To me, that could mean a lot of things.
Oh, they're a restaurant. They're actually, you're right, it could. They're actually a restaurant. They're at the Fired Up. They partnered with Fired Up Saloon, so she actually is the manager over at the Citrus Grove.
Okay.
And she opened up a little restaurant inside the bar.
Thank you.
Okay.
Anything else? Thank you so much. Appreciate it. All right, now we move to agenda item number 7. Ms. Odom, you can pick your department heads in the order that you see fit.
Yes, sir. Just a couple of things that I have for council is there was a tentative groundbreaking at Blue Run Park when they begin the utility construction, scheduled for this Friday, and that has been postponed. I've been advised by the county that they want to wait and do that closer to the time that they begin construction of the restroom itself, which will be after tubing season, closer to October. So we'll let you know when they get that
The
rescheduled.
good thing about that is we now have a date, October.
Yeah,
Right.
that is when they
Finally have a, no.
expect
Pray that it's still
to
October.
start construction, yes. And on Monday, just for your information on your agenda, Kimberly Horn will be here with Parton Architecture to go over with you their preliminary conceptual site plan for the police department facility on Powell Road. So they will be near the beginning of your agenda. And just for clarification on Monday's agenda regarding the Planning Commission applicants, there will be, unless Mr. Pierpont is interested in serving another term, which I do not believe he is, there will be another full member position coming open. So what we could do is actually reach out to Mr. Pierpont because his term expires in February and find out if he's interested in renewing his term. If not, then you could potentially go ahead and appoint both individuals as full members to the board. And we'll work out the logistics of that, how that would look on the agenda, but I just want to let you know that. And we'll put that on the regular agenda for Monday. Okay. Jan, do you have anything?
I just have one thing. We met with a representative from FEMA over the past couple months to gather the city's expenses that we incurred for Hurricane Ian. And next week we will wrap up our submission for reimbursement, and we're looking at reimbursement in the amount of about $11,000 for what we incurred pre-storm, actually. That's when most of the expenses were incurred. And that it is only for labor and our equipment that was used.
Thank you. Anything else?
Nope, that'll do it.
Troy?
All right. Council, very short. I got one update for you. Yesterday afternoon, we had a group meeting with our volunteers for the beautification group. They, a couple of months ago, right before the holidays, did a lot of prep work at Ernie Mills Park for some new plants and hedges in the park area. I want to recognize Dusty for sure. She's still, yeah, she's still here. And Kathy. We've all gone out and met with one of the tree farms here that gave us some good pointers and good advice on plants and shrubs. It's coming together. They've got their selections made. We'll plan a work date in March, mid to late March, to do the planting for the plants and shrubs.
Anything else?
I think that's it. The other major topic was the state reports.
Okay. Ms. Odom?
Georgina? Yes, ma'am. I have a few things to say. First off, the T-Mobile Hometown Grant application is still not open, just so you know. I have not been able to put anything in. They haven't opened the application process yet, so I'm still waiting. I'm checking every day, but it's still not open. As far as planning members, I did speak with Mr. Pierpont, and he mentioned that he was interested in continuing, but I will follow up with him and make sure that that's still the case.
He said he wants to continue?
He wants to continue,
Okay.
but I will follow up with him, make sure that that's still the case. And then on a last note, as you all know, I have submitted my resignation from the position of Community Development Manager with the City of Dunnellon. My final day of work in this position will be Thursday, January 26, 2023. I am leaving the City of Dunnellon due to a new job offer with a neighboring municipality, but intend to take a hands-on role to assist in making the transition of replacing me as seamless as possible. If I may, I would like to make some recommendations with all due respect. One is to rewrite the code and comp plan. I know that has been a very important subject. Hire a professional firm to do this. I was quoted $20,000 to $50,000 to rewrite just the land development code portion. It will approximately take about $100,000 to rewrite the entire code. Staff does not have the time or resource to do it. There are so many discrepancies and errors on the code and comp plan that it makes staff daily operations insufferable, as you all know. Be open to creative ideas from staff to allocate funds to rewrite these very important documents. The second is to embrace development. Dunnellon can be so much more than what it is today, but poor vision will not make it happen. So I suggest you have an open mind and show the citizens of this town what Dunnellon can really be, with the understanding that staff is here to help and make it happen. The third suggestion is to come up with a plan to enhance employee morale. Staff is what it takes to keep the city running. They make things happen. You all have a wonderful and extremely capable staff here, but it is my humble opinion that you lack appreciation. Bullying, disrespect, nitpicking, micromanaging, and overall negative toxic environment derails good, hardworking people. True leaders stay away from these types of behavior. Appreciate your employees instead of drilling them down. Trust that their employees know what they are doing. We all make mistakes as human beings, but you have experts that work for you, and trust is key in every relationship. And I don't know how much to emphasize on that. They want you to succeed. Remember that. Don't forget it. Protect staff's benefit package. Employees stay when they have an employee package that is worth keeping. Salary is not the only thing considered in an employee package. Keep this in mind during your next budget season. Listen to your staff's concerns and wants. Make changes that are welcomed by your staff and that is going to encourage staff to give you the highest and best performance. Lastly, I want to thank Mayor White, Vice Mayor Hanchar, Commissioner Williams, Commissioner Kovich, and Commissioner Keeney, along with my wonderful immediate supervisor, Mandy Odom, for the opportunity to have worked with such wonderful co-workers. They're incredible. Thank you all for making my time here worthwhile, and I wish the new council and staff much success and hope to visit a beautified city worth working for in the near future. And that will be all for my comments.
Thank you, Georgina. If I can just make a comment. Thank you very much for your report, forthright. Hanging in with us for the end of the month to make the transition pleasant, not pleasant, easier. Some of your recommendations, could you put those in writing so we can take a look at that?
I can certainly send this over to you.
Right,
Whatever it is.
because you speak in sort of an angelic voice. It is really tough sometimes to absorb everything you're saying. So some of your suggestions based on your experience, I think would be really helpful.
Absolutely.
One thing that really piques my attention is the concept that our codes and plans are in such disarray that it might be a demo rather than a fix, all right? You know, you just might have to just redo the entire thing. Things get to that point that it becomes like a Rubik's Cube to try to figure it out. So we'll have to look at that. So thank you very much.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Odom.
Is Chief here?
Chief?
There you are.
Welcome aboard, sir. Do have just a few things to give for our stats for the month of December. We did arrest 10 people. 7 of them was felonies. 10 of them was misdemeanors. We made 103 vehicle stops. We made 180 marine vessel stops. 76 warnings come out of the vessel stops. We did 13 crash reports and made 550 business checks. Business checks is normally done when everybody goes to bed after 8 o'clock. That was funny. Which made our clearance rate 64%, which the average for the state of Florida is 25 to 27%. So that is my statistic report. I might be coming up later on once you come up with some of the other things. I see that the police is on the agenda for later on.
Any, Chief, hold on, any comments or questions for the Chief? No?
I do.
You?
Yes.
Okay, please.
Chief, unfortunately, this has happened during your tenure. You have to deal with it. We used to talk about vehicle traffic issues, et cetera, and, we're pleased that that's all we talked about. Now we have a homicide. We got, some of the areas are complaining about the high drug use in trafficking areas.
What kind of use?
The drug use and drug trafficking areas in some of the parts of the city. What are we doing to eradicate that?
Well, I'm glad you brought that up. Thank you, and I appreciate that, what we are doing about the drugs in Dunnellon. We have, there it is. We've had 21 drug-related cases in the past year, 17 arrests including known drug dealers, 47 total charges, 29 felonies. Some of the charges we have made is possession with intent to distribute cocaine and prescription pills, trafficking in fentanyl, possession of weapons by convicted felons, tampering with evidence. We've made 21 misdemeanor charges. We have shut down 2 houses in Dunnellon that is known drug houses. We have shut down, we had collected $17,000 in currency from one of our search warrants. And I did, the search warrant was served in August? Middle of August. Just got a report from the fire department because I wanted to see, this was a major trafficker in drugs that we served the search warrant on. So I called the fire department and I got some statistics from them because I anticipated your question. Well, after we served the search warrant, we've had 4 overdoses in the city of Dunnellon. Before we served the search warrant with this main guy, we had 10 overdoses. So you can see getting one guy off the street means a lot. So do we have a drug problem? I think every city has a drug problem.
Right.
Because we have drug users.
Right.
The drugs won't be a problem if people didn't use them. But I do think we have a handle on it, a big handle on it.
That's what my question was going to be next was, do you think we're getting ahead of the curve? Is the curve catching up to
yes,
us?
with the statistics I just gave you, yes, we do have a handle on it.
Great.
With the manpower that we had.
Right. Thank you.
Any other comments?
I have 2 more.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Is there an update on the City Beach Shelter $11,000 court case?
Just so happened I'll talk to the attorney today that's working that. Because I anticipated that question. Not only did we ask for the $11,000, which was given to the state attorney's office, they asked for that, but for the other 2 bills was also given, which amounted to a little over $2,000. $1,000 and some of that was Andrew's bill, so forget how much Megan's, because she worked 24 hours a day, almost 7 days to get to where we're at now. So this case is still going forward. Marion County is also going to bring charges. They haven't brought the charges yet, and they've been, the state attorney, 2 citizens has come in and made complaints also. One for Marion County and one from Lake County. So that is moving forward in the court system.
Awesome, great. One last one. Been reviewing the timesheets for the past 6 months, and I noticed in the December one that our Dunnellon police had time in for supporting an Ocala Christmas parade. Is that typical? I mean, basically we just scratch each other's back type thing?
Yes, we do. We support other police agencies. There was 45,000 people at the Ocala parade. So we help them out as they help us.
Gotcha, and I just wanted to confirm.
Yes.
Good, thank you.
Marion County Sheriff's Department helps us, we help them, Williston. We have mutual aid agreements with all these municipalities.
Perfect, thank you.
More questions?
Yeah, Chief, a couple comments to you. When I hear the issue, drug problem in Dunnellon, I think what you said was very astute. Every city has a drug problem. Many families have a drug problem, right? It's everywhere. So when you're asked a generalized item button like, what are we doing about the drugs? Any chief of any city would have to answer, what are you going to do about the drugs in your city, correct?
Right.
And believe me, even as parents, we deal with drug problems within our own homes, so it's everywhere. But the one thing I do hear about drugs in Dunnellon, it does seem to be, when I hear about it, and I don't hear about it all that often, but when I do, it seems to be mostly concentrated in that historic section, back, where I'm at.
Yes, sir.
I don't hear too much, I'm sure it's other places, but when I do hear about it, that's where it seems people are complaining about it.
Yes.
So have you found that that particular area is where the beachhead is for drugs?
I don't know if it's the beachhead because a lot of places are quiet. there is a lot of sellers that we think sell there. But in order to get search warrants, in order to get this, we have to have some cooperation from maybe some of the neighbors that can help us. We have to get tag numbers. I got 9 people. I would love to have a full-time drug agent. I'd love to have a full-time investigator. But I can only do what I can do. But let me say this also. What is the outcome of a lot of drug use in a city? Robberies, burglaries. We've had no robberies. We have very few burglaries. So I'm hoping what that tells people is that the Dunnellon Police Department is doing their job. We're putting people in jail when we catch them, legally.
Chief, just a couple more. I did have a request by a Blue Run Park user asking when those ground signs that are in the ground on the trails, when they will be removed. Many of them are kind of in disarray. They're not flush, they're leaning over. Those are the signs that announce no commercial activity as of April 1st, no use of the trails for equipment. There's just handheld signs plugged in the ground that I've heard are becoming kind of unsightly, and the question is how much longer are they going to stay there?
As far as I'm concerned, they can be removed.
Okay, I was just asked.
Yes.
Dan, can I ask, is that something that the police would be following up with then to remove them? Or who's going to be in charge of removing them?
The mowing crew will have to pick
Oh,
up
thank
first
you.
thing tomorrow morning.
I think they've done their job. And this is along with the statement on the money we lost or we're trying to retrieve on the weather shelters. We had allocated $30,000 to that project. $11,000 has been taken, so there's still $19,000 left in that kitty for the project. So I just want council to be aware of that. And that's just a statement I've made.
Yeah. You're going to give it to the police department? Is that what you're saying?
Thank you, Chief. I have no further comment. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Council.
Okay, Ms. Odom, anybody else?
That's me.
Very good.
I have one more question for planning and development.
Sure.
Georgina, what's the status of the new code software program? What we're looking at is implementation, where we at with that? Is the training complete? And is it performing as we had hoped? Are there any bugs, issues with it?
It's still not live. We have a few things that we need to fix before it goes live, but that is one of my priorities before I leave.
Okay.
To make it go live.
And what has to be done to make it go live? I mean, is it a short version?
We're going through all the information that we've submitted, making sure that everything is in line and that it's workable. So basically going on both ends of the work to make sure that the input is right and the output
Is what you're expecting?
seeing is good and then what we're getting is good. So in order to make sure that we have to do testing to make sure that everything is working properly before we can go live.
Sure.
So that's in my priority list. That's what I'm
Awesome. Thank you.
most focused on. And I want to make sure that that goes live before I leave.
Great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Council, we are now going to move on to item number 8. Although Mr. Matthews is not here to speak, Mandy is going to get us up to speed with some of her trials and tribulations with the computer system during the Christmas holiday.
Yeah, that was fun. So I have a little rundown here that Andy sent me today, just to sort of reflect on some of the stuff that we've been through. Last summer, a multi-day internet outage due to maintenance issues at the Optical Tail building. We switched to Comcast as our primary internet provider, set up systems to work on either connection, either Comcast or Optical Tail, and migrated the phone system to the cloud. So that was some of the things that resulted in that outage. Then in October, The server here at City Hall crashed. Our off-site IT support had to recover it from a backup, and due to the amount of data that's on the server, it took about 48 hours to restore. We did add some space to the server, manually moved over to 1 terabyte of data, and coordinated with multiple vendors over the course of several weeks to get everything fully functional. Everything is good now in that respect, but we still do have some concerns that I'll address in a moment. Early November, both Comcast and Optical went down simultaneously due to a power outage at the Optical building and their backup generator running out of fuel. Our Comcast modem is also in the Optical building. Late in the afternoon of December 21st, our email server locked up. Andy contacted Artemis's emergency after-hours tech support and worked with them to try and get their server running. On the 22nd, they determined that it was a security update that had caused the crash, and the best option would be to recover from a backup on the existing server. And again, due to the large amount of data in our email server, the recovery took more than 24 hours, ran into the Christmas weekend, it failed. So at that point, I reached out to Artemis to see what our best viable option was to get our email back in a reasonable amount of time, because at that point we had been without email for close to a week. So I did work with them to start migrating all of the Outlook mailboxes to the cloud, and so we have email flowing now, which I think you've all been able to log in successfully and see that. But it's still taking some time for them to load. What they have to do is they have to get everything out that has to get out there first, and then start dropping the history in everybody's individual mailboxes. It's a technical issue that I won't even attempt to explain. So they expect that to be happening at any time now. Today I did have to add some more mailboxes, because when I had initially set up with them, I neglected to realize that all of our boards have email boxes, city email addresses. So that was 10 more mailboxes that I had to add today. And get accounts going for them. So that probably has delayed it just a little bit from them getting us completely restored to where we have access to our historical data in our mailboxes. Some of the recommendations that Andy is proposing is to archive and delete unnecessary data according to records retention regulations, identify critical data and ensure it's backed up in multiple locations, and set storage quotas and data retention policies. Reduce complexity by evaluating IT infrastructure and vendors to consolidate services as much as possible. Eliminate systems and services that are no longer necessary. Eliminate single points of failure, which would include individual internet connections at each city building, and remove city equipment from the Optical building. Update IT policies and procedures by assigning IT roles and responsibilities, and updating contact information for all the service providers in which systems are responsible for maintaining. And develop a disaster recovery plan, a better one, by assigning priorities to systems and services and creating new disaster recovery plan to reflect those priorities and recent system changes. So there is a lot here that we will be working on together. We will also be looking at other IT provider alternatives to see if there may be someone else out there that can better serve us besides Artemis. We have been with them for as long as I can remember. Let me just put it that way. They were Net Directive Technologies, I think, when I came to work for the city 22 years ago, and were purchased at some point in the past by this company, Artemis. And I will tell you, we've never had this kind of issue with them before, but this has been a struggle over this email server this past couple weeks. But they are doing everything they possibly can at this point. I'm a little disappointed that they didn't offer us that alternative before I had to ask them for it, which is a little bone of contention with me right now with them. But since we've started working with them on that project, they've had really good follow-up, and I'm okay with them right now. So that's just an update on where we are, and I'll be working with Andy and Artemis or whomever else we partner with in the future to get some of this data that we have on the existing server in the building also transferred over to the cloud, because it's dangerous right now the way things are. If the building were to catch on fire or be destroyed, I can't ensure that data is secure and we would be able to retrieve it the way everything is set up right now.
Thank you very much. Any comments from Ann on that? Yes, Mr. Dunn.
I know, Mandy, you and I talked a number of times about this, and I appreciate the struggles that y'all went through. It does bother me, like I think it did you, that, at least that's what I heard you say, that, these people didn't recommend some of this to us a while back. And my personal thought, because again, you and I talked, and again, in the business I was in, IT was critical. When our IT went down, we couldn't work. And being a CPA, that's a tough world to be in. I think y'all should continue looking for other providers. The other thing you told me was these folks are a long way from here. There are maybe providers closer. So when you do have a problem, they can get here quicker and maybe address it. I am glad to hear they're stepping up now. But after a week and a half of being down, that's a little late. I mean, that's my opinion. And that's all I got to say.
Anyone else? I'd just like to say, Mandy, thank you. You basically resolved this on your own, by yourself. It's my understanding that our IT person, Mr. Matthews, was gone that entire time on vacation, correct?
Part of it, yes.
So this kind of fell on you. There's a couple things about that that kind of bother me a little bit. One of them is what Mr. Dunn said, is our providers that we're using, knowing that we're struggling with what we're having, not coming up with recommendations for a solution. It's kind of a theme I've said many times on council. If I ask a question and you generally know what I'm asking, give me all the information, just don't give me the information of the question that I'm asking. And I find that very difficult, that when I'm dealing with topics that I'm not that versed on, I don't know how to ask the right question, and it would seem like those that know could be a little bit more helpful and say, by the way, this ain't working for you, but can I suggest? So to Mr. Dunn's point, yeah, we've been dealing with this really for a year, right? Off and on.
Well, off and on. We haven't had, a lot of what we've been dealing with has mostly been internet connectivity issues.
Right.
We've had a few hiccups when it comes to the server and email, but nothing this detrimental. And it has been on Andy's radar for a while, and the plan was to develop some sort of plan to have staff go through and start really getting in there and records managing their emails before we migrated to the cloud, because that would have made it so much easier. It would have been so much less data to have to migrate. It probably would have taken less time, wouldn't have required as much storage as it is. I'm having to be on a special plan, just my mailbox itself, because I have so much. I have 22 years worth of email, and some of it's been managed over the years, but there's still stuff hanging out there that I do need to clean up.
Right. So one more comment, Mandy, and it's to show everybody what you did, because we might have still been in trouble if you hadn't done what you're doing. Another thing that's bothersome, along with what Mr. Dunn said about not being offered these ideas since we didn't know to ask, I am a little concerned that our IT person was on duty on the day our systems went down and worked on them during that day, but when the day came to the end, they weren't resolved, and it was known that our systems were still down. But our IT person then left for vacation knowing that the city was without its ability to communicate, and there was no one anywhere to pull us out. I have to say I have some problems with that. And it really came down to you, who is not an IT person, to figure this out. How you figured it out, I don't know, that you did. And people need to know what stress that situation puts you through. And thank you very much. Okay, any other comments? Okay. We go to number 9, Resolution 2023-01, Personal Manual Amendment. Who's in charge of this one?
That would be me.
Okay, Ms. Odom.
So during I have an agenda summary that was published with the agenda, and that's also in your packet, just sort of reiterating the Amendment 2 that was passed during the 2020 election that gradually increases the minimum wage to $15 an hour by 2026. As I've stated before, this prompted many businesses, cities and counties, Marion County being one of them. As a matter of fact, I was speaking with Jim Couillard the other day, and it was in the millions of dollars that it cost the county to go ahead and jump to a minimum of $15 an hour and adjust their all their salary classifications accordingly as a result of that. So my proposal at that time was, when we initiated this, was to raise adjust those classification plans yearly, because raising to $15 all at once was just not something the city could afford to do. And if we didn't address compensation issues or compression issues, that would be extremely problematic. You all addressed the first phase of the increase in March of last year via Resolution 2022-05, and the second phase during the budget process by implementing the second phase adjustments as proposed by staff. And this proposed resolution is really just procedural to take that and incorporate those changes into the personnel manual, because the personnel manual has to be amended by resolution. You can't just make changes to it. Council has to adopt the resolution. This is similar to the process what we've done in years past when we have had cost of living increases factored into the budget. When those cost of living increases were implemented, the classification plan ranges would be adjusted by that same amount if adopted via resolution. So probably should have had this in front of y'all back in October, but I've kind of been busy, so it's just been a little bit delayed.
Finished? Comments?
Yes. The document I received had a typo. You've probably already seen it and fixed it. Minimum has 2 M's in it. It seemed backwards to me that I thought a resolution, and I don't know anything like you do, it's supposed to be approved prior to the action taking place, typically not after, but you just explained that. Probably the thing that, when I went through it, that stood out the most for me was due to the skill set required for the community development planning assistant, the pay grade seems awful low to me. And what I've written down is I've just used, maybe it should be raised to grade 116 to better line up with what the skill sets require for that. Figure that out at a different date. With this resolution, when I went through and I created a spreadsheet, with using the 22-23 budget, getting numbers from there. All the positions seem to fall in line with the lowered out portion of what we received, the part that was crossed out. Each column had two lines, for a minimum, there were two numbers, one crossed out and one uncrossed out. I'm guessing the higher one is the one we want to switch to for both columns, in the minimum and the maximum columns.
Yes, what you got was a strike-through version to
Right.
show you what it was and what it was.
Correct, right, from the past resolution to what we're looking at doing now.
Yes.
But I find that everybody falls in line with the past resolution. Nobody's outside those perimeters, so I'm not sure why we needed a resolution when everybody falls within those parameters already.
Again, this is to account for compression in the future. So when you have levels and you raise the bottom, if you don't adjust accordingly upwards soon enough, you're going to have a service worker making the same as a skilled police officer. I mean, you can't ignore the fact that you've got this range here, and if you continue to increase this range, you have to keep increasing the other ranges accordingly, or you wind up with serious compression issues.
Right, and, as you know, I don't particularly, you and I talked about this, I don't particularly agree with that, but back to the point for this particular resolution, I don't see the need for it at this time, because everybody already falls within those parameters. So, on one hand, it sounds like we're trying to catch up because we're late, but we're nearly not late on anything because it already falls in. Most people are thousands of dollars away from this new resolution.
Well, I don't know why it's hard to explain, but think of it this way. Let's say that we said, let's just go ahead and raise the minimum wage to $15 an hour, okay? When you raise it to 15 and you go to the next salary classification, you're going to adjust this position by, say, $3 an hour. You've got to, and it may affect somebody's pay and it may not, where they currently are. But when you bring new people in, those ranges have to be adjusted every year, just like when we would receive way back, but a 2% COLA, 3% COLA every year. When the city would approve that during the budget process, those ranges would be adjusted accordingly every year, so they kept up with the cost of living increases. So this is similar to that, but you can't just raise one salary classification plan without adjusting all the others. And it doesn't mean that everybody's going to get something out of it every time. That has not been the case either time that council has made these adjustments. And it mostly affects your lower paid employees, because when you raise a service worker, it's going to affect, some of the lower administrative staff will be affected by that, because then again, you get people who are in a range that gets too close to the next range. I don't know if I'm not...
I understand what you're saying, but I just come back to everybody falls within this. So it's kind of like we're setting the future up to be more expensive. We're building in a more expensive future for the taxpayers. And I think we ought to cross that bridge when we need to, not build it in right now. Because everybody falls within the pay ranges.
Then you're going to get to $15 an hour in 2026, and you're going to have a major financial impact in 1 year.
No, it'll still progress with the same schedule that the resolution, the voters put in 2 years ago. So each year, there'll be incremental changes, You know what my heartburn is. My heartburn is we have one person on the payroll, okay, that was met the resolution, the mandatory resolution standards. The first number was $42,000, something like that. When the and it was put under the category of mandatory resolution. We had one person, there's 2,080 hours in a work year, so for easy numbers, that's $2,000. Let's say benefits, et cetera, are another $1,000. That's $1,000. So my question has always been, how does $3,000 turn into $42,000? You reworked the formula, brought it back down to $17,000, but that's not only $3,000 of that is mandatory.
Tim, I'm sorry. I'm just doing what I have come up with to be the most logical, fair, and equitable way to approach this. If there is another way that you want to propose that works for this council, by all means, I'm all ears.
Yeah.
But I've been tasked with trying to do the responsible thing for the city, and that's what I feel like I've done.
And I understand. I'm not questioning any of that. I just don't, my opinion is I don't see that this resolution needs to be passed at this time. I won't drag this out anymore. I mean, that's all.
Then you have a salary plan that was adopted through the budget process that will not be incorporated into your personnel manual.
Okay, Mr. Dunn?
It does.
Back in the COLA days, and I'm familiar with that, basically, everybody got a cost of living increase. It didn't matter, it wasn't a $15 deal, it was everybody, okay? So to me, those are apples and oranges, they're two different things. This resolution, the way I understand what Florida adopted, like a lot of states, is we're going to $15, and we got to get there about the 26th. And I want to make sure we do that for everybody who's not got $15 now. We're going to get there. The only question I have with this whole resolution is the third paragraph, where it says the city council recognizes as a result of increasing the lowest salaries classified to comply with this mandate, all salaries must be adjusted. And that sentence bothers me, because the law didn't say all salaries.
No, sir. No, sir. And that may be, and you're talking about the third paragraph.
Right.
That's salary classifications, not salaries. I'm not saying all salaries have to be adjusted. The classifications should be adjusted accordingly. When you raise the lowest classification by $1, you should then incrementally raise each classification so that you don't run into ranges getting too close together over time. And like I said, I've used the formula that was used by a professional salary study that we've had 2 professional studies done in the past 10, 15 years. And I've used the same methodology.
No, I'm not criticizing that. I guess what I'm focusing on is if we want to do that, that's fine. And I do know in the budget that's what was done, and I didn't agree with it. But I wasn't on this council, so I couldn't say anything. But I'm like Tim, in my world, we had situations where we hired a group of people one year and they're still working, and all of a sudden we hire the new college graduates, actually starting at more pay than the ones that had been here a year. Now, we adjusted them the following year to get them above, but they may work 6 months together, and the guy's out of college and make more than the guy been here 6 months. So that's just business.
So you won't keep people here.
No, I mean,
you will not be able to keep
and
people.
I'll digress. This happened to me the first year I worked. In fact, after I got my raise, I was still making less than the guys that had just been in college. Now, they are gone. I'm their partner, so, take it for what you want. Again, my concern is whether we do something like this. I mean, it's already in the budget, number one. But number two, to say all salary classifications must be adjusted, no, they don't. And that's just bugging. Because we're saying they must be adjusted. No, they don't have to be. We've elected to do that. You see what I'm saying?
Well, what would your recommended language be then?
I don't know, but I don't think we should say it must be adjusted.
Should it?
Good. This is all wordsmithing, but, I mean, it just bothers me, is this committing us to do this for everything that comes down the road in the future by saying it must when there's a salary adjustment?
Do you have something to say, Andrew?
If council wants to move forward with a resolution, or if that appears to be the way the council wants to go, I think that the whereas clause could simply be adjusted to recognize that's council's finding, as opposed to saying must or even should, just whereas council has determined that this is the course of action that's in the best interests of the city. It could certainly be adjusted to state that, to tell the story, so if anybody's looking back at the resolution, knows where council is coming from and what council decided to do.
See, that's what, I'm not disagreeing that we're going to get to this answer. I'm just concerned with this wording that, does this lock us into something going forward? That's what I'm focused on. I'm not saying people shouldn't get adjusted. I'm not saying that that's what we want to do. I'm just saying when I read this one sentence, I mean, I circled it, just said, well, this is not what the law says. You know, should, must, I don't know. I'm not English wasn't my major.
All right, any other?
Well, we can revise that whereas clause and bring it back to you on Monday if you would prefer. I think Andrew and I both sort of understand where you're coming from and can make the necessary changes.
So again, to me, I'm not as strong as Tim I know is on this, because before we were elected, we discussed some of this. And I do understand when people's salaries get very close, they get very upset. Okay, I've been there. I'm just concerned with the way this got written. That's all I'm concerned with.
Okay, let's, anyone else? Ms. Covich?
I just agree with Mr. Dunn on this.
All right, so Mandy, let me ask you this. Is this a yes, no, or a revision? What are we doing here?
What you're doing
You
is,
say, yes, we're on board with this, no, we don't agree with it at all, or what can we do to get it where everybody feels comfortable? What are we trying to do?
well, we can adjust the whereas clause. And really, at this point, you've already adopted those adjusted ranges as part of the budget process. And this is just a formality. It's a matter of procedure so that your personnel manual is consistent with what you adopted in the budget. All this resolution does is amends the personnel manual to reflect what you've already taken action on through the budget process.
So if we put this on the agenda for Monday, we would have a few days to work it through for those that have concerns, right? And you can talk with Mr. Dunn and Mr. Inskeep about some of their concerns, and maybe by Monday we might have an idea what we want to do.
Yeah.
Right?
And this would have to go on the regular agenda anyway because it's a resolution. It has to be read by title. And I would also like to offer to Councilman Inskeep that before we take a next step, before the next phase of this mandate goes through, if there is a different way that we want to approach this that everyone feels is fair and equitable, I am all ears. I'm happy to work with you all to come up with what you all think is a better solution to
Okay, just put it on the agenda.
Okay.
For Monday. It was my assumption, because this topic had been brought up at the dais several months ago, I was thinking that possibly this had been resolved, but it hasn't been. There's still some questions about it. Okay. If we can get it done Monday, we get it done Monday. If we can't, we'll continue to work on it in the future. We'll get it done, one way or another. Okay. We're going to item number 10, the resolution 2023-03, council meeting and workshop schedule. Again, Ms. Odom, is that you?
Unfortunately.
Okay.
Okay, so I was receiving a lot of feedback from council members about the time frame between us having a workshop or council having a workshop and that on Wednesday and getting an agenda published following that Wednesday for a council meeting that we're having on Monday. So you have crunch time. It's hard sometimes for staff to meet certain deadlines and to get all the information disseminated to council that's going to come before you on that Monday. You don't feel like you have enough time to review it. If we're waiting on backup from, someone we're working with, such as a vendor or the engineer, sometimes you're not getting that backup until the last minute. So I've received a lot of feedback concerning that. So what I had proposed, and I'd spoken to a few of you about it, is that we change the schedule to give us more room for notice, more room for preparedness, and sort of flip the meetings. We would have our workshop on the first Monday of the month. That agenda would be published 7 days in advance, which has been on the advice of our attorney and as a result of an attorney general opinion that we should be noticing our agendas publishing 7 days before the meeting. And obviously, if we're getting out of this workshop tonight and I don't have 7 days to publish an agenda for Monday. So what this would allow us to do by having a workshop on a Monday is we would have 2 days following that workshop to get that agenda published on Wednesday, giving 7 days advance notice for a council meeting the following week on Wednesday. And that would give council plenty of time between your workshop and your council meeting to review any materials that have been provided to you, something may come out of the workshop that says, you tell us, hey, go do this, get this, write this ordinance or write this resolution and have it ready for the council meeting. Well, if I've only got 1 or 2 days to do that between Wednesday and Monday, it may not get accomplished in a timely manner. So I think number one, it provides for much more public notice, much more council preparation, much more staff preparation. I think it would really help council and staff and the public be able to get everything further in advance and have more time to prepare for meetings.
Any comments by council?
All I can say is, Mandy, you're preaching to the choir.
Just one, Mandy, if a meeting falls on a holiday, we just move it to the Tuesday?
Yes.
Gotcha.
Which is what we do now.
Right.
With council meetings.
Gotcha.
I will point out to you, I actually printed that resolution and laid it at each of your spots because I was a little bit, one of the things that council has been wanting to address for some time too that I thought could be accomplished through this resolution was the request for presentations. Because it's open-ended right now. The resolution that addresses that dates back to 2013. And it just basically says if you want to be put on the agenda, contact the city clerk. And there's no discretion, there's no limit. So, I mean, basically, if I get 10 people contact me by the deadline and say, hey, I want to be put on the agenda, I have no recourse to say, well, we already have 5 presentations or 3 presentations on the agenda. So, I tried to write something in there that would, when it comes to a workshop in 1A, give me a little bit of discretion in saying, well, I'm going to consider these requests in the order that they're received. And if we have a full agenda, to be able to say, hey, can we defer this to next month? Because we already have a packed agenda. We've already got 2-3 presentations going on. And then in the next section, 2A, if we have the requesters put in their request by noon on the day of the workshop, it would allow me to bring those to you to determine whether or not you want them to be placed on your council meeting agenda. That would be a decision that you would make when you set your agenda during the workshop. However, Andrew does have some concern with not tightening that up a little bit to, maybe also include in that section in order they receive, consider them in the order they receive. So there's no picking and choosing, like, yeah, I like you, so you can be on the agenda, but I don't care about what you have to say, so you can't, So maybe use the same parameters.
That would be one way of doing it. Council does have some discretion if there's something that is something the city wouldn't consider, but that's also something that, could be gone through. So if it is something the city wants to entertain, something along the lines of being in the order received, might be something that works. And you can see how that works. Sometimes you might have a request that takes 5 minutes, and you might have a request that comes before that takes an hour. It might make sense to have the 5-minute one go first, when you don't have the time.
So I think my interpretation what Amanda's saying is an order received, meaning in determining how many we're going to allow, right? So two things I like about it is, number one, in the order that's received, it doesn't create preferential treatment. I like you, I don't like you yet. I say, I don't like this topic. So that's really good.
So I can just add that phrase in the order that they are received to A, and that should resolve
And
that.
then I would put a kind of a little escape clause, unless, something in there that unless the council determines otherwise. So let's say, for instance, something of real importance comes up that comes in kind of late, and we want to hear it. So we're not automatically locked into we have to go in the order received. Let's say something really needs to be discussed and we can't wait another month. Like a lot of things with council has the last say. So this is how we do it. If there's a situation where we want to bump it, we can't. Even like today on this agenda, council has the authority to move this agenda around any way you want to move it around. Right? It does take a motion and it does take a vote, but we can do it. So that's what my suggestion would be if it's doable.
Okay.
Okay? Okay, yes.
I totally agree with all this. I think this makes perfect sense. My only thought is that we want to consider, while we're doing this, is starting the meeting at 5:30 the right time. Do we want to start it earlier? And how that would affect people. We're making this resolution to change dates. Would that be something we would want to consider? All right, and again, what I'm getting to is we get the meeting started earlier, you get out of here earlier. And that's just me. But you are. So we keep pushing too far.
And in Ms. Coverage's case, when she's teaching school.
Yeah, that's true.
I would think the 5:30 number probably came up over a 25, 30-year period of trial and error, I would guess. I look for things to do all day. It doesn't make any difference to me.
Yeah, I don't want to speak Ms. Coverage's teaching, but I see your point. I'm available by 5. I don't know if starting earlier is going to get us out earlier. I hope that we're going to have some conversations about how to tailor the meetings better, but I'm not opposed if anyone wanted to consider starting a little earlier. I'm okay with that.
I'd be interested in hearing some public comment on that too.
Okay.
Right? This is what it's all about, serving people, not serving us. I think we all agree on that. So what do you want to do with that? This will be on the Monday meeting?
If you choose to move it forward, it would be on the regular agenda for reason, or it's required to be read by title.
Okay, do that. We'll start the process then.
Do
Can you do that?
do you want us to change it to 5 or just leave it at 5:30?
Well, if it's first reading, we can.
It's not a first reading. It has to be read by title, but a resolution is adopted after just read by title. You don't have to have 2 minutes.
I'm okay with 5:30 rather than 5. I don't see that's going to make that much difference.
It doesn't matter to me. I'm retired from the field of education.
Can we incorporate, if we bring it back, do we have the ability to then incorporate the public comment before we make a decision?
Absolutely. You should accept public comment before you vote on it.
Okay. Yeah.
So let's say we have it in the resolution at 5, but then after listening to public comment and thinking about it, we want to change it to 5:30, we can do that Monday, Andrew?
Yes.
Okay. Well,
How
there's
about
no,
I'll leave the time blank?
well, there's no downside, right?
Excellent.
Everybody good with that?
I mean, if everybody wants to stay 5:30, I'm good with it. I'm just thinking that just gets us in here 30 minutes faster, or gets us out here.
Okay.
I think you should keep in mind that you have CRA meetings that are usually half an hour before that, so
That's true.
just reminding you.
Yeah, that's true. Okay. I'm not going back. It's 5:30.
Andrew, did you want to speak?
Well, CRA meetings, regular CRA meetings need to be scheduled generally on a quarterly basis. So it would be fine to, for those meetings, if council did want to move it to 5, on those particular meeting dates, it would be understood that, the first part of the council meeting would essentially be preceded by a CRA meeting. So it does provide you some flexibility in how you want to go, and that's not, just option-wise, it's not a deal breaker for you, but it is something to consider.
Well, maybe we just do 5:30 and take a whole later. Would you like we start earlier, and if they don't, we just leave it at 5:30?
Well, when we deal with this on Monday, we just plug in the time.
Sure.
Right?
Okay, I'm good with that.
Right. Okay, very good. Good job. Are we now to number 11, Ms. Odom?
Yes.
I failed to announce we are skipping number 11. No, I'm just kidding. Had to break it up. This has been a long discussion. Okay, for everybody, I know many of you that are here are waiting for the discussion on number 11. Please keep in mind that although you will not have an opportunity to speak right now, if you want to hang in, you will have another opportunity at the end of the council meeting to make comments on this item if you would like, just the way it's structured. All right, we go to item number 11. It's ordinance 2022-05, vacation rentals. I would think that this would be Andrew to introduce, correct, Mr. Hand? Or is it you, Georgina?
I can introduce it.
Okay.
Just the purpose of this ordinance is to amend the city's code of ordinance to establish Chapter 18, Article 13 for short-term rental registration requirements for owners of short-term vacation rentals, consistent with the City of Dunnellon Comprehensive Plan. This ordinance has been reviewed by the Planning Commission and recommendations have been made for you guys to review and approve. So it is now your decision if you want to put this on a special workshop or if you want to review it as part of the meeting. It's on their board for you.
So I've attended many of the Planning Commission meetings. It looks like this was a work in progress for 3 or 4 months. I actually witnessed and saw it whittled down to its final form. I think Councilwoman Mendoka was also there. So this is actually the finished work of the Planning Commission, which is their recommendation, which is not it's not binding on us, it's their work. And they've said we've done our best and this is what we recommend. And we take it from there. I would think because of the weight of this and the amount of people that are interested in this, this would be something that would be taken very seriously, and it automatically would seem to me that we can discuss it, but eventually we're going to have to schedule a specific workshop and just try to make this the only thing we talk about. I would imagine this is going to take a little time to work through some of those. So, comments?
Hey, I have a comment just as we get started. Certainly I've spent a lot of time, like a lot of you have, looking at this and trying to integrate the feedback both from the planning meeting and from correspondence from people in the public. I know that Planning Commission did go through it line by line. There was tons of discussion, which is really great. I'm wondering our approach, with all the work that I know that we've put into reading it, if there would be any consideration of going section by section as opposed to line by line. I suggest this in part because what we have before us today is not akin to the original draft. I think that it's really been evolved quite a lot. I see the city ordinance as really being complementary of what is state law. I think a lot of what we're going to find in here is firm in being state law. So by going section by section, we could all be very prepared to point out the pieces that we really needed to flesh out, as opposed to the line by line, which we could just be reviewing state requirements and really not much to talk about there.
Any other comments?
I have one question.
Let me make a comment. Ms. Mendoka is exactly what we did with the Blue Run Park ordinance.
Blue Run like line by line.
We went through it, but then eventually what we did is we kind of got chunks of it and said, is everybody okay with this? And once we got a consensus, then we just keep dropping down. So I would agree with you. If we go line by line, it would be burdensome. So what I would say is, okay, we have this section, just what you've said, everybody's read it. Is there any comments or whatever on this section? If everybody says we're good with it, okay, we're good with it, move on. And I think that would work well. I agree.
Can I say something? I took pretty good notes about everybody who spoke tonight. I think the one thing that came out in the meeting, although a lot of people still do not like some of the items we have, I think everybody generally spoke, boy, this is a long way from where we started. And I think that's what we were trying to do originally. I totally agree with Julianne that I think we do this section by section because, again, I think this has been beat to death. I actually spent 3.5 days over the last week reading everything I have on this. And I have one thing to say about all this is clearly to me, if this is state law, you really can't complain because you're supposed to be doing it now. Okay, I'm sorry. The state requires these things, and if we put them in here, that's the state. Now, if there are things in here that aren't in state law, then I think you do have some issues that can be raised. But my point is, the more I studied this, there's a lot of this is in section 509. There's a lot of this in 2 or 3 other sections of the Florida Code. And being a code head my whole life, I get excited about reading the code. Okay, most people don't. But what I'm trying to say is, clearly to me, if this is already Florida law, whether you go to Marion County or Citrus County or whatever, you got to comply with this, whether that city does it or not. Now, again, if there's something we're putting in this ordinance or we're proposing to put here that is not state law, then I think that's up for discussion. And that's my personal opinion, but I'm up to whatever. But I totally agree with all that's been discussed about this. I know the citizens and the rent owners have raised all kind of issues with this, but it does sound like we've come a long way. And we got some other things we got to address, but we're getting there. I think if we just stayed where we originally were, we would have a very upset group of people here. Anyway, that's all I got to say.
Very good. Anything else? Yes.
Just for my clarity, the one we're going to go through is this draft that's attached here. Okay. Jan, can you tell us what we have spent so far on this ordinance, please?
Yes, sir. Since March of 2022 through November 30th, $7,350 in legal fees on this, on the original ordinance, and then the second ordinance that was requested.
Okay, and I don't remember seeing this in the budget anywhere.
Oh, no, well, we budget legal fees.
Right, but not to this extent.
No, because we don't know that
We-
we're going to incur them, so we budget.
We budget past record, past,
Yes.
yes.
And I actually did increase our
Right.
legal expense this year for the first time in a long time.
Right.
And Andrew and I had talked about it, how, you know, our goal was to try and stay as close as possible, but when things come up, that's what causes us to go over budget. Luckily, every year, we have been able to absorb these expenses in the current budget. So we haven't had to amend the budget for any excess legal fees because we've underspent in other areas. So it's kind of a little juggling act during the year, and then I do an analysis at the end of the year to see where we're at.
Thank you.
So I would say, Ms. Odom, probably what we need to do is look at the calendar, and we need to pick a date where we put this down as a special meeting. And council, I would ask, if we do call special meetings for particular items, let's try our best to keep the meeting what we're calling a special meeting for. We all have the ability to add things onto, and we kind of got into that at the last meeting. So maybe we learned a little from that. So that's one of the authorities I do have as mayor. I can, without, it's always best to get a consensus that it's a good idea, but I have the ability to call a special meeting on my own. So do I have a consensus that we'd like to have a special meeting to begin the discussion of this?
Yes.
All right, Ms. Odom, so you just kind of work through the calendar the best you can and get us the way we can do this.
You want me to propose some dates on Monday?
Yeah, that would be good.
Okay.
And that would be good for those in the audience. You would know what's ahead when we're really going to knuckle down and spend a lot of time. Okay.
Now, let me ask you, do you want to start it earlier in the day, like when we do our budget sessions, and back it up to a regular workshop, or do you want to just have it on a completely separate day?
Well, I would say I would keep it at 5:30 because there are a lot of people that live out of town that own these that may need to travel to come here.
Okay.
So I think we need to definitely keep it at 5:30.
Separate day.
Right?
Probably separate day.
Separate day?
Yes.
I'm-
Yeah, if you're not gonna start it early, it has to be a separate.
Yeah, do it that way. I think when it came to the Blue Run Park ordinance, I think we actually had two, not only regular meetings, I think we had two special meetings for it. And we're going to get this right because of the importance of it. And if we have to have multiple special meetings, we're going to do what it takes to get it right. And hopefully everybody will feel comfortable with what we come up with. All right, anything addition to number 11?
I'd like to make a comment that I think it's only been, Andrew, 5 years since state legislators said cities had the right to carve out their own ordinances. And I suggest any of you go online and check out what other cities are doing. Specifically, I'm going to research the stipulation that people who are renting their homes must collect license plate numbers and other personal information. I have a big question mark about that.
Okay.
And I'll just add, Jen, that there's a wealth of information that has been collected on that, and if you haven't gotten it, certainly we can share it with you. I think that there has been work looking into at least 20 other cities and what the ordinances look like, so we can definitely share that.
Thank you.
Okay, we are now moving on to number 12, boat launch fees. Ms. Smith? Those of you that may be exiting, if you do exit, please don't go in the lobby and talk. Just go straight out the door and talk outside. So we're going now to number 12, boat launch fees.
Council, at the last minute, the special workshop we had, I gave you the ordinance in draft form that Andrew had prepared for your review. And I'm going over the ordinance first because we can't have a boat launch program without the ordinance. So if nothing else gets to adopt an ordinance. I hope you've had time to look at it. I'm sure Andrew can speak more to it. It's fairly simple and plain. So if you don't have any changes, then Andrew has made note of the discrepancies like we were at between watercraft and we in section 46-101, paragraph A. So anything that was said at the last meeting, the changes will be incorporated. Do you have any further discussion on this ordinance that you'd like to have?
Any comment by council? Yes, Mr. Dunn.
I have one. I noticed in reading this, we don't have the amount of the fees.
That would be a...
I'm about to say, yeah, that's probably something that hasn't been totally defined yet.
Well, that, you drop fees by resolution.
Okay,
This way, you don't have to change your code every time you want to change a fee.
got it. Well, then that leads me to section 46-103E, where it says all civil municipal code fines under this article will be $50. That's not near high enough.
That's something that I think is in our code for ordinance violations in general. Am I correct?
I think police chief could explain that a little bit better even than I could, but as I understand it, that is what is currently under contract, sir, with
the clerk's office.
The clerk's office.
Yes.
And that's because this is a violation if you didn't pay the launch fee. It's a municipal violation. It's not a traffic citation or anything like that. Chief, could that be increased?
Well, I'd have to make contact with the clerk's office.
I just wonder what everybody else is doing. I mean, that just seemed like a very small fee. I mean, what are we going to charge for somebody to park? And if it's $50, then who cares whether they get fined or not? I mean, that's where I was coming from. To me, I don't know what the daily charge is going to be. Of course, there's a fee if you want to buy a whole year or you want to buy one day, whatever. But when I saw $50, I thought, if I didn't want to pay, I'd just drive in, drop the boat, and go say, and you can come find it. $50.
The other municipalities, like Citrus County, has an escalating fee for the first violation, and I have to look it up, so I'm just going to give you examples. The first violation is $50. The second violation, $100, up to $250.
Exactly.
I'm not sure how we would adopt something like that with having a contract with the clerk's office. But if that's something council wants to entertain, I would think we need to talk with the clerk.
And the reason we have a contract with the clerk's office is because everybody that gets a ticket may say, I don't deserve it. And they have a way out. Because if they go through the clerk's office, they collect the money, they do everything for us for the $50 fine.
Sure.
And then they get to go before a judge if they protest the ticket. So that's the reason why most of our citations are for city citations for ordinances, $50.
That just seems like too small a number. I mean, that's just my reaction.
You could look at it as we would be collecting more money every time they launch. If they just wanted to violate it, and they get caught, they get cited, and they have to pay, we have a little more revenue if that's how they want to do it.
Well, I have to rally behind Mr. Dunn on this. I would think that our fee, if we're going to have to pay fees to a credit card company or to a management company, my goal, what I've always been shooting for, is after we pay everything, we get $10.
I'm going to be showing you your,
Right.
a fee.
So we might be charging a fee $12 to $15, so we net 10. So the point that's being made, if I know I'm going to pay 15 to launch, and take my chances that the only thing I'm gonna have to pay is 50. It might, you know. Ms. Odom, while I have you, when we visited Crystal River and checked out their launch system and their fines, do you recall what it was that if you did not pay your launch fee, what the fine would be in Crystal River?
It was $250.
$250.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
It is what it is.
And you knew.
Yeah, and I know, I got a speeding ticket in a little town in Georgia, and it was $250. And that's the only thing I'm saying, I understand, clearly, if municipalities are doing this for us, I get it. But it just seemed like, when I saw that number, I thought, Lord, what are we charging to launch a boat? Is it $50? If it's 25, you know, people just gonna say, I'll chance it. I'll just launch the boat and not do what I'm supposed to do. I mean, that's what was bothering me.
I understand. If you'd like for me to make contact with the clerk's office, then at the council's request, I'll see what we can do.
Please do.
And then we could have maybe a tiered,
Yeah.
it would be, this would only be for the boat launch.
Right.
Right.
It wouldn't be for your boating, you know, the.
No, it won't be that. It'd be an additional expense on our citation book because we'd have to issue it with us. No problem. The mayor gave me 7,000 tonight, so.
So, and keep in mind, it's not like the city's being abusive. If you pay your launch fee, you're not going to get the fine. So you're the one that creates your own mischief by doing that.
So that I'm clear, we want to try and do a tier amount?
I would say so, and I don't disagree that the first time you mess up, maybe make it $100 if we can do that. And then go to 150 or 200 or whatever, but no, I think that's the way to do it.
100 gets my attention.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. 100, yeah.
250 will really get your attention.
Yeah, all right, so Ms. Smith, what we're talking about is, I like your approach to get the ordinance done and then work on the details. You know, we don't have to work out the details. Sure. We can discuss them, but we don't have to work them out.
Exactly, and what I'm going to show you next will lead into the discussion about the fees. But really, we just need to know how you want us to proceed. Now, Andrew, let me ask you a question. That $50 amount within the ordinance, can that just be left off? So we have to say what the fees will be.
You're going to need to cite a penalty fee, yes. And then, of course, the limitation via the charter, if I recall correctly, is $500. So anything there, as you stated, you've seen a range in municipalities that have these kind of regulations. They're all over the board. And so it's going to be your discretion how to set it.
Okay.
And depending on what you can work out with the clerk's office and what they'd be amenable to.
So if that's the only thing we're going to wait on, if you all are okay with the rest of the ordinance, we'll just sit tight until Chief speaks with the clerk's office, comes back and lets us know what we can and can't do.
Sure. And we'll have that on the Monday agenda.
Chief? Okay, yeah, he's giving the thumbs up.
Okay, good. So, Mr. Dunham, speaking to you, you can see how these meetings keep
No, I get it.
expanding.
I get it. I'm trying to not talk.
I'm going to hold it to you a year from now when I say to you, Mr. Dunn, how many 2-hour meetings?
I'm still watching that clock right now.
Remember, we bet $100.
And usually the
Now,
mayor
if you give me 50 right now, I'll let you out of the bet.
usually the mayor only gives me a couple minutes, so I'm trying to talk.
Okay, go ahead.
Put the timer on her, 10 minutes.
Hey, you've got to break it up a little bit.
Okay, so Mandy, if you could bring up the first schedule that talks about the boat launch revenue. There's two. One's collections, the other is revenue. Council, when this was first presented by Safe Park, they put this pro forma together. And what is meant by pro forma is just an example of the revenue that we can earn. The amounts they have used a 75 boat launch per day over the 12 months recognizing that there are going to be rain days and maybe some snow days. And they've set the fees at the very top of the schedule for the residents, $15 per launch, $25 for non-residents. What they have done with this pro forma that is now revised, these figures will guarantee a net of $10 per launch. So what they are, from what I can determine from this pro forma, they're really mostly earning their money from the non-residents because the costs really haven't changed. If we look down the schedule, let's just look at April. April may not be a peak month. Go scroll up. There you go. Okay, so we've got residential revenue at $9,800, non-residential revenue at about $25,000. Of course, we have to pay sales tax. We're tax exempt except where sales tax is concerned to the state. So total projected revenue for the month of April, 25 days for launching, is approximately $33,000. Now, the expenses below Safe Park is basically absorbing from the revenue that's collected. The difference being to the city, we would realize if these figures were absolutely accurate, we would realize $20,000. I'm sorry, $18,750. Safe Park's revenue would be $1,268. They are covering all the expenses, they're absorbing all the expenses. They will pay for enforcement cameras. They will cover that because, in my opinion, we need those cameras if we are truly going to collect everything that we really are owed or due. They will, and we'll discuss this a little more, but they'll be able to provide the police department everything they need to take this to court if it gets to that point, which it may not even get to that point. Hopefully, somebody doesn't dispute it to that level, because it's going to be on cameras that both the violator and the police officer can view. But they have arranged their contract. Andrew and I had some conversations with them. It would still, I did not have them prepare a contract based on the discussion at the last meeting where we spoke about it on our office. I wanted to present this to you first. And if this is the way you want to go, we can have a contract prepared very quickly. But all of Andrew's concerns have been addressed. It would be a 5-year agreement, but Andrew has asked for termination for convenience clause with 180 days notice. I think that's what you said, about 6
That may have been it, I don't recall. It was just to provide the city flexibility to get out of the contract if things weren't working the way that pro forma indicated, or if things weren't working to the city's satisfaction for any reason.
And it would need to be enough notice for fairness to the company, but they're willing to do that we can get out of it because it's just not working on our end. We don't like it. We don't like the anger from the users or for whatever reason. But if you're amenable to this, this is the $10 net to the city. And I was told it was guaranteed based on the launches, and we would still have the enforcement.
What would be the fee? I can't see the numbers. What would the fee be to get us 10?
$15 resident, okay. 25 non-resident.
25? For us to get 10?
Yes, sir. Because their expenses amount to about $13,000 a month. But that's what it would be. Now, council can choose to get annual passes. We still have to discuss the fees. And based on those annual passes, that is going to cause fluctuation in the revenue. Sure. So that $10 guarantee is not a guarantee if we issue passes. And if we're really lenient, okay, so with the residents, because they're taxpayers, that's gonna have an impact. Non-resident, if you make them pay a little more because they're non-resident, they're not a taxpayer that's contributing to the upkeep of anything. It's all in how you want to structure your fees.
So there, with this company, is there multiple ways to pay?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
One that's near and dear to me is putting my credit card in, and getting a little ticket, and I put it on my windshield,
Yeah, we're
or
still-
put it on my dashboard.
We're still looking at kiosks.
All right.
Now, the initial cost.
I mean, it has to have, I know people want.
Right, right. And the initial cost for the kiosk, as it was earlier presented, so bear with me, a brand new kiosk, because it has to all be set up from the get-go, would cost the city about $9,000, and I'm right. You can buy a used one, which is already set up for about $5,000. I like buying new. You get the warranty, you know, with any problems, but again, that's, you know, entirely up to council. But you can see from the pro forma, if we're spending, and we would need annual support, there would be a recurring cost, which it has been factored in each month, a recurring cost for all the annual support, for the credit card fees, for everything associated. If we're going to spend, and I'm looking at a schedule they previously presented, approximately $13,000 to get a kiosk in place. In 1 month, we have that capital cost covered. If these numbers work. But regardless, even if we're not collecting $18,000 in April, almost $20,000 in May, we're getting into the peak season where the expectation may be we're going to get more revenue because we've got all these visitors coming. I think what's going to happen is we're not going to have places for them to park. I think that's going to be the biggest issue, is where are these?
Well, the idea is they still have to pay no matter where they park.
Absolutely, they pay to launch. And one thing we need to address when we're doing all this is a refund procedure. Because if they launch their boat, which most people pull in and go to launch first, and then they try and find a parking space. If they come back and say, there is no place for me to park, and they pull their boat out, and we have video evidence and a timestamp on their ticket to prove that they were only a few minutes riding around trying to find a place to park, we refund their money. If that's what they're requesting, we don't have a choice if they can't.
So the assumption to the hypothetical you just gave is whether people are paying or not, they may put their boat in the water and not have a place to park.
Exactly.
Right?
I think that's what's going to
So,
happen.
you know, it's not a new situation. I'm just trying to imagine someone coming all the way from Clearwater, they launch their boat, and then they can't find a place to park in the city, and then they load their boat back up and leave. I don't think that happens too often. I don't think.
It could. These are hypothetical.
Yeah.
I've been at this boat ramp. We've launched from this boat ramp and had to find a place to park. So I'm going from experience. We did find a place to park. But with what you had reported in the traffic in the weekend, and that number, where did they all park? But I know that not everybody is in a parking spot all day. It may just be for a few hours at a time. So I know it's revolving. But, and I mentioned the refund scenario only to have it in place if it happens, if it's needed.
Okay.
So if, now, at the last meeting, council discussed an honor box versus a kiosk. So that's the direction that I need from you all, is which way do you want to go? Because with the honor box, we talked about the for enforcement purposes, we would really need somebody to witness.
Well, I think, Jan, the honor box concept was coming up. If we just can't figure this out, LB.
Oh, okay, that's not.
We'll just, you know, we'll just go to that. If we have a solution. I think even the solutions are either this company or a company that you're recommending, and I know you put a lot of time into this, or simply have a kiosk right at the entrance to the park that you just pay, put your slip on your dashboard, and that's it, right?
Yes.
Right?
And
So,
we'll have the signage, in advance, letting people know they're coming, it's coming, be prepared to pay.
and when we passed our parking ordinance for the parking lot, that was the system that was going to be used, the kiosk, right?
Yes.
So it's already
Well, we were actually doing meters.
Hmm?
We were actually doing parking meters.
meters in this lot.
Yes.
I remember a discussion on a kiosk.
There was a kiosk, I'm not sure where.
And that was one of the reasons why the ordinance, although passed, wasn't implemented, because somehow there wasn't money for the kiosk. I was part of those debates as a resident.
No, and it was the parking meter program was initiated to bring revenue into the city. Then the sale of the utility came about, where through the sale of utility, the city realized over the course of years, additional revenue. I remember Mayor Green stating, well, there's no way he's paying the meter, he'll find another place to park, and he park on a residential street. Well, we know people do that. But it just died, not for lack of funding, but it just died.
But the ordinance was passed.
Oh, it absolutely was.
So a lot of people don't know we already have a parking ordinance in place that we can plug in at any time we want.
That's
Sorry,
parking.
right?
That's not
A
voting.
lot of people don't know that. That's already a done deal.
Yes, sir, but that's not voting.
Okay. So where are we at? We have the ordinance, and then we have a system of how to pay.
Yes, so.
So what are you needing from council?
I would need direction from you to proceed having a contract drawn up to bring back to you for execution. Because right now, we don't have a contract with the company. We have a pro forma as far as what they feel we could earn on a monthly basis or a launch basis, per launch basis.
Yeah.
So we can, and we have a draft contract in play between the two of us, which we would just need to finalize up and then bring back before you for review and.
Well, what I would feel comfortable about, we have two members on council right now that are experts on numbers. And I would like one of them to really dig into this and look at the couple ways we can go about it, whether it's a straight kiosk with the pay or whether we hire a company. And along with your recommendation, have some expertise. I don't know if anybody's broken it down to the point you have. I haven't.
I'm sorry, I'm confused. A straight kiosk, or we hire a company?
Whether we just have a kiosk sitting there where you just pay
Which
on the
is
kiosk.
what this is.
All right. Or you have a company that has multiple aspects of this with the kiosk, the cameras and all that sort of stuff.
Well, this is one company that has the cameras and the kiosk. And they would collect all the revenue, give us the net. They have a reporting system that I can access at any time to make sure, they're on the up and up with what they're collecting and what they're giving us.
Right.
There are fees associated with any kiosk, credit card fees. There is what's called payment card industry compliance, which speaks to securing credit card data that we are even currently paying for, that we are charging the customer. That 3.2% that you had passed months and months ago, that passed on to the customer, so we would have to do that. If you're talking about us just purchasing a kiosk outright and managing it ourselves, there's a lot more work that would need to be involved. I'm not saying it couldn't be done,
Okay.
but there's a lot more work that finance would be involved in, rather than just taking the money and reporting it, like we are with a company that is basically doing all the work. Save Park was the least cost out of the ones that I presented to council originally. And that's one of the reasons why I recommended them, because they were the least cost to the city.
Okay, Jan, we gotta,
Okay.
let's wrap it up. Yeah.
Two quick things.
Yes.
I think that the last time that we talked about this, there was some hiccups with the back and forth of the contract, and that was like some red flags. What kind of service are we going to get? I'm hearing that maybe you've worked some of that out. And my follow-up question would be, in that contract or that draft contract, when we see it, will we have details on service? So if we're at a holiday weekend and it's Thursday or Friday and the kiosk breaks, are there any guarantees of how quickly we're going to get service?
They have 24/7 service.
Great, that's all my questions. Thank you.
And what I'll do is, I'll see if they can incorporate that into the contract. I'm not sure how that works.
Okay.
But I can at least, ask that question, that they have a clause in there maybe as far as service on the kiosk.
Great, thank you.
Yes, Mr. Bell.
I have just one question. It looks like in the first month, there's a $2,500 charge that is not in any of the other months. Do you know what that is?
I'm sorry, the first.
Yeah, the first month, April,
Okay.
total expenses are $13,469.
Uh-huh.
And the revenue for that month is the same as June, July, August, whatever. And the revenue there, or the expenses there is $10,969. The difference is $2,500. So we're getting charged for $2,500 that first month.
$2,500, I believe, is the annual support fee.
Okay, that's what I was wondering, is it more than that is? Okay.
Because that would be, we would need some tech support.
Right.
Is what that's for.
Right. Well, clearly it wasn't enough for the kiosk, so that's what I was trying to figure out, what was it for? Okay, got it.
I'd like to comment.
Oh, I'm sorry.
At our last discussion, I brought up the idea of the honor box. That works. I mean, if you want to look at one of the busiest boat launches in Marion County, go to Ray Wayside Park at the convergence of the Ocklawaha and Silver Rivers. And again, I got on the phone and talked to Missy, who's in charge of accounting for the parks, Marion County, and she said, it works for us. It's minimal personal labor. They collect literally during the busy time period of the year, 2 or 3 times a week, they'll send an employee to collect the money. Otherwise, it's once a week that they'll collect the money out of the box. Flat rate, $7 for everybody, and no problems. And again, what she suggested, put a surveillance camera in. She said that they have had very few problems with people trying to break the box open. One dude came back 3 times, couldn't get it open, and they got his vehicle license plate number. Okay. I don't understand why we need to go to a middleman, and in the process of dealing with the middleman, we're going to charge $25 to use our boat launch. I don't think that's a user-friendly fee. And I have heard, I don't know what you council people have heard from people within Dunnellon in the area that use that launch, but this council threw out that figure a couple months ago, people said, that's outrageous. That's outrageous. Not when the county parks are charging less. Now, KP Hole does charge, I think, $25. But spreadsheet, they only 326 people paid that fee in 2023. Okay, so, I'm sorry, 342. So maybe that fee kept people away from KP Hole. That's something we need to think about. How does the city want to present to the public access to our river? By charging a big fee and giving half the money away to somebody to manage the collection for us? I don't think that's the way to go.
Any other comments?
tend to agree with Jan. The $15 for residents and 25 is pretty steep. Everybody else is basically $10. And just to piggyback off of your idea, maybe it would be worth starting out with an honor box and see how that works, and then we can start bringing in some revenue and figure out if it's what the bugs are, and then go from there. And then I think the short version, Dan, of what the mayor was leading to, if we just purchased our own kiosk without the company, other than the purchase price, everything else is wrapped up in the $13,469, correct? Okay, so we would still have some of the fees you're talking about, but without going through a whole lot of math, basically that's the difference between us just buying our kiosk, not using this company. And,
Well, I don't know what it would cost for us to just buy a kiosk outright with the technology behind it and what's involved. I'd have to research a company to provide that payment station to us, and then what's involved with that, because there's got to be a computer system in there to give us the information we need. It would work like an automated cash register. That's how I'm envisioning it, but I'm not a techie person.
right, that's why my point was, I didn't mean to cut you off just so I don't waste your breath. My point was, other than the kiosk and figuring all that out, the monthly charges, okay, the difference would be somewhere around this $13,000.
Yes, sir.
So we don't have to go through and do nitty-gritty math.
But if you think about it, look at what we're keeping versus the company. The company is keeping $1,268, where we're keeping $18,750 out of the revenue that's collected.
Understood.
So, it's whatever council wants, but if you're talking about us purchasing a kiosk outright, that's gonna prolong things a little bit till I find out what's involved and what work is involved that finance would need to get involved with to maintain the system, to...
Yeah, I wasn't going there. I wasn't going there. I was just carrying on with the mayor.
That could be just simply, Smith, that could just simply be getting the information that we're asking.
I'll do what I can as far as research. I can't say I'm going to have it for you Monday.
As long as we pass the ordinance, we've got it in play that we're charging fees. Then how we go about it is doable. If somehow, because we continue to investigate and we can't come up with a tenable solution on collection, we can always go to the honor box. You can almost do that.
You need to research hiring somebody or contracting with AARP to be down there for enforcement.
Tim said it better than I. One of the concepts I'm thinking about is rather than having a company that's the middleman, and Ms. Cubbage is right, $25 for us to get 10. That's a lot of money. For us to have our own kiosk, and you just pay the kiosk, and we eliminate the middleman, and we just have the expenses of the kiosk. We wouldn't have to charge those kind of fees. First time people are paying $25 to use that ramp, and we know that 9 out of 10 people are out of town, so they're going to be paying $25.
You still have to think about, it's just food for thought. I don't know how much it costs to maintain that ramp that needs work. The restrooms that kind of get damaged on a weekend basis. I don't know how much all that costs to run this operation, to maintain the parking lot, but it's just something, if your objective is collect enough revenue to maintain our Centennial Park, this Centennial Park, then you have to think about, is $15 and $25 really that unreasonable? But if your objective is, let's just get tourists in, and you want to charge $7 a pop, well, we just bank the revenue, and when we have enough money to do a repair or to contribute to the water and sewer bills of the restroom, then we do that. So it just depends on what your objectives are.
Okay, we have to somehow wrap this up and move on. So I would say right now, council's pretty united on let's go forward with the ordinance, with some of the recommended changes. And possibly Monday, we can also continue the discussion on e-collection. I can tell by the comments, I don't think we have a strong consensus on which way we want to go with that.
Do you want me to start doing research on a standalone kiosk that the city maintains?
Why would we not want to do a standalone kiosk and see if that's possible? Just pull in, put your credit card in there, you get your ticket. There you go. There's no cash in the machine, it's all just...
No, but staff would be responsible for the maintenance on the machine, the paper, for the tickets. There would be some staff time involved with the standards. So it's all at your direction.
Okay, well, just give us the options. Okay, we're good with that?
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. And we appreciate your work. I think what Ms. Covich said is very much, we have to be careful we don't overcharge and inflame people. That's for sure.
Excuse me, Mayor, where are we with the ordinance, Andrew? Are we ready to move forward with first reading on Monday?
Sure, I think there's 3 spots that need a very minor adjustment. I can make those and send them in, and then, of course, first reading, so if council wants to tweak that even a little bit, any one of those amendments would not affect the title, so they could make those adjustments on Monday or even at the second reading. So for certain, the ordinance could move forward as is right now, and they can make those adjustments later. So absolutely, be ready for Monday.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, council. Sometimes unexpected things get complicated. All right, we go to we skip number 13, we go to 14, discussion, Councilwoman Covich on ADA kayaks and boat regulations.
As you may recall, we have actually 2 grants that we could seek money for a kayak launch. One is the hometown T-Mobile One Hometown Grant, which is a highly competitive grant. And as I mentioned at a previous meeting, the FWC Voter Improvement Grant looks like a real winner for us. One is because Marion County has not been seeking that kind of grant, so we've been underserved in our county. And secondly, FWC recognizes through the economic studies that kayaking and stand-up paddle boards are an explosive outdoor adventure for people. Within the last 5 years, we've gone from millions of dollars in sales of paddle boards and kayaks in Florida to literally a couple $1 billion worth of sales. And I don't have to tell you, if you're out on the river, they're everywhere during our summer seasons. And figures, of course, from that we took note of on the spreadsheet from KP Hole is that paddlers are now, within the last just 5 years, doubled the number from 27,000 to 45,500 through KP Hole Park. And to get people out on the Withlacoochee River is an undertaking that would bring more tourism in way of paddle sports to Dunnellon. And of course, we are soon to become, well, we already are actually, a Blue Waters community through the Florida Paddling Trails Association. So I think we have an excellent opportunity to get the grant money through FWC. It is not a dollar match grant. However, it is a grant that you give them your plan and they approve it, but they don't pay the money to the city until project completion. Okay, so that's something to be considered, but again, we do have a general fund. Okay, so going back to what kind of a system, originally there was a group of us, Georgina and a couple other members of council, and Troy, who we first sat together and we looked at 3 companies and we were looking at AccuDocs, and I went back and then thought, you know, if we're going to do this, it's going to be a facility with some kind of permanence, and we need to do it right the first time. And FWC Voter Improvement Plan grants have been very generous to communities, so let's put aside the money factor, because if we get, it would be covered 100%, whatever plan proposal we come up with. So we need to get something that's going to be the best in the way of ADA compliant, and it will really put Dunnellon on the map as people are searching for places to kayak where they haven't gone before, especially. So, got with Dorothy DeMaster, who is Executive Director of Florida Paddling Trails, and she took a look at the 3 companies that we had been looking at, AccuDoc, Kayak, what was it called? Kayak.com, I think it was called, and AccuDoc. And she and a couple other of the directors of the Florida Paddling Trail mentioned that of all the ADA compliant ramps they've seen, this, what you're looking at the screen, is the one that works best. It is on a incline. Gravity is an assist. Also, if you look closely, there's actually rollers on that kayak launch ramp. And using the handrails, a person can get themselves in the water by themselves. And I'm just not talking about people with disabilities, I'm talking about people like me, okay? And any other person that is going to get into the river. It's a safe way to enter and exit. Also, yep, there's a second slide. This is EasyDock. I have personally seen this at Ockalockley State Park and used it. Again, it's not a good picture, but again, gravity plays in, and there's doesn't show the dock. The dock is you can order any kind of size dock you want, and I'm going to be getting with EasyDock and getting some figures. So basically, that's the end of that discussion. That if we're going to do something, let's do it right and make it, again, it's just going to be something of permanence. The other thing Dorothy DeMaster and I discussed, we went down, we met at the boat ramp, is that originally Troy, I think, and the rest of us were thinking of putting this component of dock and launch on the right-hand side. Yeah, okay, which would be the east side of the current boat launch.
West side.
Yeah, the west side. And Dorsey took a look at it, and she says, what she said makes sense. You're going to save a whole lot of money by putting it on the other side, the left side or the east side. There's actually enough room there, and you don't have to remove any kind of trees or any trees there or anything. And there's also already a handicap parking spot right there on the left side of the boat launch. So that makes sense. It would probably save the city of Dunnellon a ton of money by not having to put a walkway, whether it be steps or just a concrete, almost like it would have been a sidewalk we were discussing, to take your kayak quite a distance down to the east side, if we had put the ramp on the, on the west side, the right side of the launch. If anyone has time, go down there and look at it. There's enough room to put this, again, aluminum component of a dock and an ADA launch right there on the left side.
Hey, Ms. Cummings,
Let's
you're
stop right
keeping
there.
that out for
Okay.
food for thought for the future when we decide on.
Right.
Right?
You're right. Okay, and the other thing we were talking about was boating regulations, and very briefly, Andrew Hand, putting the ball in your court. There's nothing more I don't think council can discuss. It's actually about going ahead and applying for the restricted zone of personal watercraft from the Rainbow River. I would hope that we could start on this right away. The reason being, I think we know how government works. It's going to be, what, 3-4 months before we would get approval? And by May, people start coming to our rivers in droves. And if we can get this restricted zone in place, I think we're going to save somebody's life.
What I would suggest is initially contacting the state on the staff level to have a discussion regarding, the conditions and what any type of, what I'm getting at is any type of, and the regulations that you provided at the last meeting were all on point. They do require competent, substantial evidence be provided to the state. So I think that the opening step would be having staff actually open that dialogue with the state and seeing what they're going to require for evidence, and also providing a description of what challenges the city is currently facing.
Yeah,
and so they can provide, a list of what data they would need to approve it. Because ultimately, what we don't want to have happen is incur all the costs of creating regulations and then getting them to the state and having the state say, no, sorry, there's not that threshold that's met on the competent, substantial evidence level. You're going to have to go back to the drawing board. And the city either at that point, having to rework the regulations, or alternatively not being able to come up with the right evidence. So I think having that opening discussion is paramount.
Yeah,
The first step.
if you do go online, they, FWC, and again, it's the Florida Fish and Wildlife Commission and Division of Law Enforcement, they specifically have guidelines of what to put into the application, and they have a checkoff list. And this situation meets 90% of their checkoff list. And again, just to review, and remember I did give you the handout, it's on the 5th page, is that those 3 considerations would be the bridge, the fact that the posts are less than 100 feet across. So what happens when those tubers and those paddlers are coming, they have to go through the passageway to get to the boat launch. And then you have those personal watercraft coming at them. That's a danger. That is a huge danger. That is a winner for us. The other is any specific area subject to unsafe levels of vessel traffic congestion. We're a poster child for that. And the other was that your zone you're requesting is in with the vicinity of any designated boat ramp, launching, or landing facility, Blue Run Park. So we meet all the criteria. And again, if you go online, very specifically, they give you a check-off list and so on.
The criteria, but still having that, I think, discussion on what their FHA standard is going to be will make it clear what the city needs to satisfy from their standpoint, because things can get a little tricky when we're just looking at the words and seeing how it's applied.
Right, and again, it's a safety issue. There's no discussion of environmental concerns, and that safety issue is paramount with the situation we
Okay,
have
Ms.
there.
Cummings, maybe we can help.
That's it.
Can I make one quick
Council,
comment?
is there a consensus that we would like to direct staff to pursue this, to investigate, to look into this? Like, this is one of those, once we get in, we're in,
I do. Of course, I live on the river, but, 5 years ago, we didn't have the jet skis and all this powerboats like we got now. Now it's insane.
Yes.
Somebody gonna get killed.
Yep, that's my fear. He's gonna get killed.
Tim?
My issue is powerboats also meet that same criteria.
Problem with that is, we have residents on the river with power boats, and I don't know how you would regulate that.
Right, but the same, we also have residents on the river with PWCs.
Yep, but you know, the numbers are a lot less. There's gonna be some problems about that, but we're talking about safety here.
Andrew, if I can ask you a question. You said something that's really hit hard. Something like this, you can get into it and run up a lot of expense, and then it's chasing a rabbit down a hole, right? You have nothing to show for it. So is it plausible that the city of Dunnellon could be effective in eliminating the use of personal watercraft on the Rainbow River within the city limits?
That I can't say. I think that comes with the dialogue with the state, because there are a few things to look at, you know, that evidence is required. Now, looking cursorily at some of the standards, it looks like those could possibly be met, per Councilman Cubbage. And it's not a but, like, that wouldn't work. It's just there needs to be that dialogue because there are some complications it could run into. What are their standards for differentiating between personal watercraft versus powered watercraft? Because we have to satisfy evidence, and if the city has to satisfy evidence, is there a discriminatory effect by essentially trying to ban one versus banning the other? Other alternatives to doing that to effectively accomplish the city's goals that the state would consider? And there's the fact of, I do believe that these rivers are navigable waters, which would require coordination with the federal government. That is part generally of that part of the statute. So I think that exploring how complicated this could become at least will give an idea of the expense that you all could be incurring on the city's behalf in pursuing it. And rather than, like I said, my biggest fear would be to incur a huge upfront expense and then not meet the goal. I think that first we need to take a look and make sure that the goal can be met, and for expenses you're
Staff that would be looking into this, or would it be?
I think I'd be assisting staff in looking at it.
Exactly. And then determine whether we want to go forward with it. Well, it seems like there's a consensus for it.
Yeah, there's only one more comment, and that is Dunnellon Police has law enforcement. We have a Marine Patrol person that's works, Chief can tell you the hours and so on. But I also talked to our FCC officer here that manages all of his officers here in Marion County. In fact is, there are only 2 FWC officers on duty in the whole county at any time. And I have his name written here, but the captain told me, I don't know how FWC can turn you down because FWC cannot put officers out there in patrol.
Okay, Ms. Odom, it seems like there is a consensus by council that we're interested in pursuing, just getting a staff report on the possibility and what's involved with doing this.
Okay.
I think Andrew has forewarned us that we need to really look at this before we jump in head first. It's probably a lot to do when you're dealing with state waters, county waters, the city. We all know how complicated those things do, but sometimes good things take a little effort. Thank you, Ms. Cubbage. All right, we're moving on to number 15. This is Councilperson Mendoka's gig.
Yes, I will be brief. I just want to talk about the management of charitable contribution requests and solicitation and acceptance of contributions by the city. I think that even in the last couple of years, we all know examples where we've gotten requests from certain nonprofits for different amounts of money and contributions. The city's been able to dig in our pockets and be generous with some of our community organizations to help out lately. But I have reflected, as a city that's paying down our tremendous debt, I seriously question our ability to entertain incoming requests for contributions. So I did make some calls to other cities of similar size and larger size to ask how they, I got assistance without reaching to other cities to see how they handle their requests. And there was a variety of ways. Some of them said that they don't take charitable requests at all. Some of them said that they have a portion of the budget that they do annually. At a certain time, they consider them. So I sort of got a variety of responses. Overwhelmingly, some of the smaller cities said, oh, we just don't accept requests for charitable contributions. So as an elected official, I don't feel that it's my place to choose where taxpayer money is donated to. As an individual, I make my own choices about which nonprofits I support and don't support. And I feel strongly that it's not something that the five of us are really in a place to be making these decisions with taxpayer money in a city that's in debt. So again, I don't know how we would favor one group over another, but I would propose that we create some parameters around this. I reject the idea that the city must make donations to nonprofits to show other entities that we have skin in the game. And that's just sort of the gist of it. I just wanted to sort of make it food for thought and get people thinking about it, because I'm sure that there's donation requests coming our way. And, you know, it would be nice to have had the conversation before people are standing before us. I think that's all I had on that.
So is your goal to get some sort of resolution that describes what we can do and what we don't do?
If that would be the wish of council, I think that could be helpful. But again, I just wanted to bring it as food
Well,
for
the
thought.
resolution would give us a roadmap where it wouldn't become willy-nilly, you know, anytime someone comes up, what do you think? What do you think? This sounds good, you know, so you'd have the resolution that you know, okay, this is what we do and this is what we can't do.
Depending on the consensus, I think it could be beneficial.
Okay. Comments? Yes.
I agree with you. I mean, my first concern being on this council is the fact we still have this debt hanging over us. And personally, I give an amount of money to charities that I support. And if I really support something, I support it. But I don't think it's our job as members of a council to decide for the citizens of Dunnellon what we should or should not support. And I'm going to go completely the other way, in that I just think we just ought to have an opinion or a statement saying we don't make charitable contributions to anybody. And that doesn't mean, you know, I personally give to a church, I personally give to Tunnels for Tower, I personally give to a lot of stuff. Okay, but that's me. And if a resident wants to give that, that's fine. If anybody on this council wants to give that, that's fine. But I don't think it's our job as council people to make contributions to any organization. That's just my opinion.
Have a comment?
Yes.
Yeah, this is a problem that's plagued a lot of communities, and there's an alternative, and that is having a foundation. And I think that's something the city could look into in the future. It's a foundation would be a separate entity totally from the city, and probably all it takes, I've actually looked into it, takes a board of directors, and it takes a bank officer on the board. And they work out really well. And here's why. There are a lot of people within Dunnellon, inside and outside the city limits, who would like to contribute scholarships, funding to our parks and so on. And there's no way to do it as yet. A foundation would serve that. For example, I'll just say me. I win the lottery. I've got $5 million. I want to help out the city of Dunnellon. I would donate to a foundation separate from the city, and then there would be a scholarship fund, a parks fund, Boys and Girls Club, and within that foundation,
the contributor could pick where they want their money, whether it be dead or alive, to go.
Yes, and I don't want to get too far in the weeds. I know the Art Council has a scholarship. I know there's a lot of different things out there. I just don't think it's something we can put on our page.
Absolutely.
Okay.
That's what foundations are for.
So, Ms. Mendoza, we can handle it one of two ways. We can actually make a statement through a resolution. That's what a resolution is. It's a council statement. Or we can just leave it as you've made your presentation, your point, and if ever there's a request, we kind of have pre-discussed where we're at. So we can handle this either way.
Well, I'd like to see the consensus of the council. I prefer the first option more so than the second, because I think it's got more structure to it.
All right, so that would require, Andrew, you putting together some sort of resolution stating that we do not contribute to private organizations.
Be a very basic resolution, 1 page at the very, very most.
Simple is good.
And all the resolution is a more formal statement by council, that council can say, we don't really like what we passed, let's have another vote and let's put it in garbage can.
And I brought it to workshop to see what everyone thought, so thank you.
Okay, so, do we need to put that on the agenda, Mandy, or is that you just, when you guys get that done, you come back to us and tell us you have it?
I don't know if we can have it by Monday or not.
Andrew, just
Probably
see,
best to put it on the workshop, so
Oh.
council could look at it
February.
and
Next
explore
month.
whether that could affect any grant applications.
Okay.
okay, Ms. Mendoza, thank you so much. I think that has been an issue that previous councils have kind of struggled with, kind of get into this moral dilemma, trying to do the right thing. Okay, we're going to number 16. This actually, number 16, was the reason for me calling the special workshop, which we never did. It got dissected into something that I couldn't even recognize. One comment I'd like to say on the first two items, the shade pavilions and city trees that are in Mills Park, will certainly, when you itemize them in priorities, you can see they would be at the last when you're comparing them to roads. So I would suggest shade pavilions and trees as a suggestion of our commitment to parks and recreation, rather than putting them as just individual items. How do we prioritize our parks and recreation? That's what these things are for. So if I think we do it that way, it makes it a little bit more balanced with the other things we're doing. So, is the goal of this just to go through this and try to get a consensus where we want to let staff and the public know where we're trying to go with this? Or do we want to, if we want to go item by item and discuss these things, I'm not going to do it tonight. This would take right an hour to go through these. So is this to say, okay, this is our first priority, this is our second, this is our third? What do we want to do with this? This is what I wanted to have a total workshop on, this right here. Yeah.
I want to say that I agree. We approached priorities last time. It went a little bit sideways. We're back at the table today. It's 3 minutes after 9. And I've sort of been developing some ideas about broader perspective priorities. So Mr. Dunn told us how some of these things got onto the agenda. I've had some thoughts about, is this really an exhaustive list? Is this really comprehensive? How can we do this less subjectively? So I do have some ideas about that. I think a special workshop for priorities makes a lot of sense.
So you guys promise if I call a special workshop to discuss goals and priorities, that's what we'll do?
Nothing else on it. You got it.
Good. Yes, sir. Okay, so
I think there was a misunderstanding about what we were actually trying to accomplish, and I'm still confused about what we're actually trying to accomplish.
That's what I called the special workshop for, but when the agenda came out, it didn't say it.
Okay.
So I don't know I don't know how, I mean,
It ran off the track.
so
So,
this was it, this was it.
so what are we trying to accomplish? I still am confused.
So we're trying to prioritize for staff and our own benefit where we want the emphasis is. I believe this is a continuation of the survey that was taken a year or so ago. The public was telling us where they want us. And many of these things were on us. Now, whether it's exhaustive or not, maybe not. I'm game. If this might need another special workshop, this for us, hey, I'm all in.
And I have some ideas on how we might be able
I'm
to
all in. If
organize
we
it.
have to meet on these sort of things, fine.
I think so too, and again, that was, where I was headed, but we never got there. And I was probably to blame, but that's okay. Because again, I think that survey that was done, gosh, now, a year and a half, 2 years ago, it seemed to be roads and streets was a big thing this city wanted. And that kind of got confirmed again to me as I was campaigning. More and more people said, we're going to fix the holes in the road, we're going to pave this, we're going to do that. But again, I think a special workshop is what we need. And I don't think this is an exhaustive list. I think we probably ought to come up with some more items.
Do you think this needs to be a special workshop unilaterally on its own, or do you think we could piggyback it with the other item?
On its own.
On its own.
Yeah, because this is going to be like short-term rentals. I think it's going to digress into something else.
All right, Ms. Odom? Ms. Odom?
Yes, sir.
There's a consensus here that we're going to be needing another, and it doesn't have to be pushed everything tight together, but we're going to need another special workshop to discuss the goals and priorities of the city. Everybody seems that they're willing to put in the time, if that's what it takes.
Is there a way to put out some kind of framework so that we can come to the meeting prepared and we're all on the same page? You know, I've digested your comment from last time. What stops us from going down a path and getting that we don't want, only because we're not all on the same page about what we're really doing?
And I've actually got some feedback from residents who have experience in this kind of thing, who made some suggestions. So I don't know if it would be okay if I sent maybe an email to Mandy behind the scenes of some general suggestions on how to organize it, and then everyone else can provide input so that we come into the special meeting with a structure.
Awesome.
I like that.
Okay.
I like it.
I'll get that email going to
Certainly, we can
Mandy.
do that individually, and she can.
Yes, absolutely.
Great.
So really, it isn't that complicated to understand what we're trying to do. We're basically saying, okay, if we're going to accomplish one and only one thing this year, what is it we want to accomplish? If we're going to get 2 things, 3, so we just kind of put it down there, and that's kind of what the study did, the distinctively Dunnellon study did. It kind of gave priorities of what we were trying to do. That study, by the way, we paid $35,000 for it 3 or 4 years ago, and I don't know how long that study to show us what we want to do is being used, but you might want to review that study too. Manny, is it? Manny,
Distinctly.
Distinctively Dunnellon?
Distinctly Dunnellon.
Distinctly, okay. Okay, I'm good with that. We'll go to council comments, number 17. Any comments?
I do. Do you want to start at this end? You want to start at this end? Okay. I had a nice conversation with Chief McQuaig about the litter task force that he had gone to the county level for, and he has agreed to come and talk about that at the next meeting. I'm interested in seeing how the residents, the council, the police, and maybe even the Chamber of Commerce can work together to propose ways to bring litter control to Dunnellon. So I'm excited that will be on Monday's meeting. I went to the beautification meeting this week, and we already talked a little bit about, they have lots of plans for all the flower beds at Ernie Mills Park. And with Dusty's leadership and Kathy's leadership, there's some exciting things happening there. So I'm going to continue to go to the beautification meetings to try to bring back some reports here to make sure that we're interfacing well with them. They seem really excited about the tree idea, but also said, hey, we're ordering almost 1,000 plants. Let us get this under control before we consider anything else like the trees. So they were real receptive to that. I sometimes hesitate when I speak because I'm putting my filter and I'm trying to make sure the right words are coming out. A couple of statements made at the last meeting that really got me thinking, and sometimes I find that it's better to bring it back to the next meeting rather than to have a back and forth discourse. There was a comment made by the mayor, the power of 3 votes is powerful, and you had mentioned the lack of, that at that meeting, you would interpret no votes as a quote, lack of support for what I've done and what I'm doing. And that resonated with me because I know that you're very passionate about being the mayor and that you've had so many accomplishments as the mayor, but I guess I just wanted to reinforce that we are really a team, so what one of us is doing, 5 of us is doing, the old saying that there's no I in team. So I hope that you know that everyone knows that no votes are on issues, not on people. And I think as we go forward, it's important for us to have that in the forefront of our mind. Good ideas should not wait for the next agenda or meeting. That was the other quote that I spent a lot of time thinking about because I just want to reiterate that I think that we do have good ideas, but sometimes they can wait for the next agenda. I think that we have to prioritize as not to make our plate too full. And so I just wanted to clarify those 2 things. I also wanted to clarify something that's a little, I expected I might hear about it at a different time in the meeting, but I didn't. There was an exchange with the staff, Troy, that had indicated that maybe he was not forthright or was not providing full disclosure of information in a timely way regarding the shade shelter contract, and I don't want to get in the weeds, but I did feel as though I didn't get an explanation, the exchange was such that perhaps Troy would not have gotten an opportunity to explain his side of things, and when our personal efforts and our professional beings are on the line in public, I do think it's important that we get an opportunity to explain ourselves. So if there's evidence that things did go sideways and that there was any kind of mix-up, I would just hope to be privy to that. And if there's an appropriate time to revisit that or to understand that, I would appreciate that. Last thing, there was comments tonight about demolition versus fixing of the codes and comprehensive plan, and I had a real brief conversation once with Andrew, and I'm excited to put that on our list of priorities and talk a little bit more about ways that he may be able to help us to get this in order. That's all I have. Oh, I'm going to have office hours at City Hall the last Thursday of each month from 12:30 to 5 o'clock to give people the opportunity, the public the opportunity to come in and talk about anything that might be on their mind. So last Thursday of each month, come out and see me. I'll be sitting right here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other comments?
I just wanted to respond to a comment made by someone who came to the podium. That was Linda Butler, and she was commenting or had concerns about a bus coming and unloading people at the public supermarket. And I just would like to remind people that the vegetables and other food in the public supermarket, they don't grow them there. Those people on that bus are migrant workers. I see them regularly stop at the Mexican store strip mall on 40. And those people are on transit to go from one job to the other because agriculture production is seasonal. They might be picking cranberries in the fall in Maine and planting strawberry plants in Plant City in February. Okay, those people most likely have H-5 ag worker visas. And they have every right to get off in our parking lot, the Publix parking lot, and get out and buy their snacks and their drinks and get back on the bus and be on their way. And I thank God for those people. Those people are Christian people trying to survive. And only through their efforts did that food get into that public store. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Any other comments? Yes?
Jan? No. I'm getting worried about the budget. We made a resolution, maybe that's not the right term, for 47K. That wasn't in the budget. No, the budget amendment, thank you. It's past 8 o'clock, Chief, I should be in bed. So budget amendment there. We got another $5,000 for whatever, the program tonight. We got another $7K for attorney costs for short-term rentals. It sure seems like we're burning through a lot of unbudgeted money. And this is only October, November, 3 months in.
Can I say this is not unusual?
It doesn't make it right.
I didn't say it was right or wrong. This is typical. If, as the year progresses, these additional expenses are causing a budget crunch. Now, you amended your budget, so technically you have actually brought in money from reserve and increased the bottom line budget with your budget amendment, which at the end of the year, if we overspent what was originally approved, you would have to do anyway by statute. We amended the budget as a formality because typically history will show that the city does not spend their entire budget. We don't, because we can't do all the projects that are planned for whatever reason. Legal expenses, I'm going to tell you, have always been on the budget. But because of the way we spend money throughout the year, it's absorbed. We haven't had to amend the budget for the legal expenses. Now, we've spent $7,000 on the short-term rental ordinance. But maybe that $7,000 was actually built into the budget as part of the lump sum that we allocate. Does that make sense?
No, I understand. You know, I can see all the attorney line items in the budget in my brain, okay, but...
So, are we over budget at this point? No, we're really not, because we haven't spent the money to begin with. We just have to see how the year progresses, because we could get into another storm that's going to cause us additional expenses. It's reimbursable, and I'm sorry. I put that out in the universe as far as a hurricane. So I'm not sure what your point is, other than the fact that already we're just 3 months into the year and we have more expenses than we anticipated. But when the budget's prepared, we're going to start earlier this year, hopefully, but we start usually around May. And the departments have an idea of what they'd like to accomplish. That's discussed with council. Council adds what they want or buys off on what the departments are presenting. But so many things come up that are not anticipated. And so we put projects off to be able to fund the short-term rental ordinance. That's just the budget, and I say this every budget presentation, every financial presentation, it's a living, breathing document that is always changing. If you want to get into predicting better, you can try, and with any luck, you would succeed. but there's going to come something that's going to be unplanned. Now, we try and work
Ms.
in.
Smith, you gotta.
Right.
You gotta.
I got what you're saying.
It's a very simple
Yeah,
question.
I'll get with, at the appropriate time, I'll get with you, Jim.
Okay, and as we do the budget, we can work through these kinks
Right.
and try and get better.
Please don't
plans.
ask her another
Thank you, Jim.
I don't get much of it.
Right, Julie's got the clock, it's always them.
Okay, anyone else that wants to make a comment? I just want to make one comment, is that this meeting tonight was the opposite side of the coin of our previous meeting. This is what it's all about. I'm very proud of this meeting tonight, and I appreciate everybody's effort and how we conducted ourselves tonight. Tonight was an example of how it's supposed to be done, and how it's supposed to be done right then. Thank you very much. Okay. City attorney comments?
Yes, sir. 2 minutes or less. I think the only thing I'd like to draw attention to, there were some comments made about the code. And what I would bring to council's attention is just something I've said before, but to reiterate, no matter which way council goes with the code, there are fixes that, if it's, whether it's a rewrite or whether it's patchwork, the code has problems. Some of these problems need to be solved almost immediately. Others of these problems certainly can be fixed over time. So just something to think about, because we're bringing attention to the ones that do need fixing immediately. There are errors in the code from the last right that have been identified that I found, that community development has found, and some of those are minor, some of them are major. The major ones do need to be fixed. So, like I said, we'll be identifying those and bringing those forth. Other than that, Happy New Year. That's all I have.
And this will be discussed at the next meeting?
We discussed when council would like to discuss it, certainly at part of your special workshop, or we can, bring some of those forward. And I know that community development has a running list of them that have been compiled from, both sides of the efforts in identifying them. So certainly we can start drawing.
So maybe, when is council going to vote on this?
On the resolution?
Yes.
That would be Monday.
Monday,
And I just want to make sure, I went ahead and changed that third whereas clause to make sure that y'all were satisfied with that.
I like one, because it doesn't mind us in anything, it's just in the best interest of the city.
Thank you, Andrew.
Okay. Anything else, Mr. Hill?
No, sir.
Okay, those of you that have hung with us for the last 3.5 hours, we are now number 19, which opens it up to public comments again. You can speak about any item. You can speak to the same topic you spoke to earlier. Name and address.
Dave Porter, 11835 East Blue Cove Drive in Dunnellon. One short comment is, as you're considering changing personal watercraft, I ask you to consider airboats. The city ordinance right now prevents airboats at dusk to dawn, and it excludes FWC. And airboats are also very, very dangerous with tubers, because when they have to turn, they give it a blast, and it's a hot blast, so just consider that. Going back to short-term rentals, this is a logistics thing. It's my understanding that the planning council provided you recommendations. Andrew started out with a very well-drafted original proposal. It did have some issues, and I think it's been discussed a lot. It was very consistent with a lot of other cities, which is very important for when you get into litigation. It's very consistent with state laws. The Planning Council pulled out some items or state requirements. So that makes it more difficult. I would suggest that you consider starting out with the original draft that Andrew produced. Take out all the underline, because it's a whole new draft, and use the markup from the City Planning Commission as input. And as you go section by section, either say, like all the recommendations, put it in, or discuss issues with those recommendations. If you start out with the planning council, it's hard to find things that are missing. And so you can look at it two different ways, but if you start out with the original draft, consider the planning council's comments and everybody else's comments, then you can decide as a council what all do you want to put into your final draft. Thanks for your consideration.
Thank you. Anyone else? Come on, those of you that have sat here for 3 or 4 hours, you want to say it one more time, huh? No? All right. So that takes us to public comments is over. Anybody on Zoom by chance?
Yes, sir.
For this?
Yes, this is Kathy Dunn, 11386 Citrus Drive. I would urge the city council to consider the two applicants for the planning council. I have been on the planning council now about 2 years, and it's not anything personal, but Mr. Pierpont has been absent for probably greater than 50% of those meetings. And having citizen involvement is so important. We have two people that are willing to serve and give them a chance to be present for the future, because we really need people to be present during our meetings. So I would urge you to consider possibly installing these two members that have applied, and also looking at our rules. It is a rule that you have to be present. You can only have 2 absences that are excused. So I would urge you to let's start following some of our rules that we have already established. Thank you.
My comment to that would be, Chairman Bjarman, this would seem to be within your purview and your to deal with that. Am I not correct?
Or did you Arbo 11661 Camp Drive? No, I think you're not correct. I think we do have rules. I can't quote them off the top of my head, but it's my understanding that 2 or more unexcused absences, I believe. I may be wrong. So we may need to look at that again. But this has been a chronic problem that the Planning Commission has experienced. You know, Mr. Pierpont, when he is available, he has made a lot of valuable input and is considered a valuable member. I think you may recall he brought down the city manager at the, what was it, Archer, I believe, or Newberry. He brought down a city manager for Newberry. So when he is here, he's made valuable input. But it's been a chronic problem, not just with Mr. Pierpont, with other members for the last several years. So it's been very frustrating because at some point, you know, I would like not to have to keep that chair, but I almost feel like if I leave, you know, there's no one there with experience that can continue, and, you know, not that I'm that type, but I do have some experience there. But it was brutal with the short-term rental fiasco, and that's the word I choose, and it was a fiasco, and I never want to have to be put in that position again to experience that.
Well, what I meant when I said it's your purview, I would think as chairman, if something needs to be brought to the council's attention, you would be the one that would, as the chairman of planning.
Well, there's nothing to bring to someone's attention if they're within the parameters of what our rules are. What I did bring to the council's attention and in public is that we need more support on our board. We need a full board, and we need the 2 alternate positions filled. But ever since the wellhead issue came up with First Baptist Church, it's been a revolving door. We haven't even had volunteers sit long enough in their seats to even get the training that they're supposed to have. They're off before, they get trained. So that's really been critical.
Yeah.
So.
And just one thing, I am aware, because I do go to the planning commission meetings, and Mr. Pierpont has missed many meetings. But I have noted he's been to the last two, I believe, the last two. So it's a little awkward that nothing was done to him when he missed maybe 5 or 6 in a row, and now he's come back and he's been to the last two. Be a little awkward to me.
I just think that's because my understanding, as you know, we cannot speak directly with each other. But it's been my understanding in public comments, it's his travel schedule that permits him from attending. Or we've had other members that live in this town that for whatever reason choose not to attend and don't even notify our director that they're not attending.
Yes.
I just want to say that I think it's a terrific opportunity at this time to revisit the attendance or the expectation of the planning commission meeting. Now we have additional people interested.
Yes.
So by revisiting it, maybe tightening it up, and then reiterating it to the people in the seats, maybe it will make room for some people who are invested and interested in showing up consistently and not, maybe for certain agenda items.
I agree. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Okay, do we have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second?
Yes, I'll second that.
All in favor? Thank you very much.